Hello, hello. Can everyone hear me okay? How are you, my sleepy time darlings? I know for some of you it's the middle of the day, but you can listen to this anytime you need a sleep aid. I see you, my darlings. I see Wellpour and Tiny Cactus. It's lovely to see you both here. I'm going to be doing something today I haven't done in quite a while, unfortunately, and because of a lot of different factors, but I'm very happy to be returning to ASMR. I haven't done so hopefully this helps some of you rest. Yes, I'm back here, don't worry. I'm here, I'm still here. Audio sounds good, thank you, Wellpour, thank you. I'm not sleepy, that's fine, Tiny Cactus. Maybe I can help you relax. You guys are right here in the middle. You've got baby brother Fabrosi, you've got a little ribbit, this little froggy boy over here. Don't worry too much about him. But today I'm just helping you rest and relax and maybe sleep if you need to sleep. And you can come back to this ASMR anytime. I'm going to be continuously talking in a very soft voice, not necessarily a whisper, but soft voice, and I'm gonna hum for you. And there's a storm outside, so hopefully that's not too loud right now. But I do have some power over the weather, so I can tell that storm down. Or if it needs to be a little louder to help you relax, just let me. You guys are all nestled down here on this fancy bed. Yes, this is somewhere in my floating palace. I have a floating palace. You guys know that. If you didn't, I do. It's called the Palace of the Winter Sun. I can move it around. It levitates, it floats. So don't ask too many. I'll tell you more about it. This is one of my mini guest rooms where you all will be staying tonight. You are this tiny little rainbow unicorn here. Perhaps you'll have a more unique form. Perhaps you all have your own individual forms. We don't know yet. I'm playing and I need to be focused. Okay, I will help you focus now. Whatever my lovely entourage members are, I will help you with that with a soft voice. Now, requests are definitely allowed. I have a plan of things. Firstly, I think is everything. Now, I have been feeling a lot better. My vessel was affected by a few things. I also have my own afflictions. And we're both feeling a lot better, thankfully. Oh. Have you guys been playing any interesting lately? You guys know video games are one of my favorite. Let me stroke you guys. Can you hear that? Can you feel that, rather? I do have very long nails, so but I'm going to be very careful to not scratch you. Trust me, I've had long nails for all of my immortal life, so I know how it is to be careful with them. Don't worry, I won't scratch you. You don't feel comfortable? What do you mean, Tiny Cactus? Let me know if at any time all the audio is okay. You can hear everything okay. For any of you who might not know, this is just a sleep aid. It's not anything more than that. It's just gonna be comfy. I don't know if I'll ever do the other type of ASMR. Let's see. Well, I suppose one of the things you humans have when you're sleeping is water. Oh, I'm going to pour. You want ice? I have ice. Nice. But I don't know how much ice you guys like. I usually have quite a lot of ice. No surprise, being a winter angel. My water is 90% ice, 10% water most of the time. But I have water here. I can't swish it around. I'll make a mess all over the bed here. There's the water. Nice. Let me pour you guys some water. There you go. Let's set it over here. There we go. Okay, now in case you get thirsty, you have water. There we go. Is the storm okay? I don't know how loud. Hopefully it's not too loud. But I do have the palace somewhere where it is raining right now, because I thought that would be soothing. I've put in a rainy spot, you know. I know weather patterns. Or I could just look it up because I have the internet. Hee Now let's see. What do we have? I can hum for you guys. I suppose I could read something. But I suppose I could hum. Something's wrong? What's wrong, Tiny Cactus? Tell me you're worried. Also, perhaps I should give you guys a little bit of encouragement. You've been doing so well. You've been so well behaved. I know the year's coming to an end and there's been so much going on here, but I'm sure all been doing your best. You've been working really hard and I'm proud of you. I'm always so happy to see you guys when you pop into my stream, come to see me. It warms my heart. And I know I usually play very aggressive games, but the amusing thing is I'm very laid back, as you can see. And I also am all over the place with the games I do play on the channel. But despite that, despite my capricious nature, I am so glad everyone always comes to see me, no matter what I'm playing, no matter how long I play it for. I appreciate all of it. In the positive frame. Yes, and you can make requests in chat if you guys want to hear me say anything that would help you feel better, help give you some positive encouragement, just let me know. And I'll try to think of things on my own. And you're in my entourage, so I believe in all of you. I believe that you're all good-hearted, compassionate beings, whether you're human or not. That you're trying your best every day. That you'll continue to try your best, and that you're strong. You will get through whatever you're dealing with. I know you'll be able to handle it because you're a member of my entourage. And even without that, you're you. And you are important, you're valuable, you're precious. Never forget that. Your life has so much meaning. There's so much you can do with it. No matter what you believe, no matter how you see the world, your own values, your own set of beliefs. You're always going to have value no matter what anyone tells you, even if that person is yourself. So remember that you matter and you're important, okay? And don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. And if they do, they're wrong. Because by virtue of you existing, you're precious and you matter, okay? It doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter how much you've accomplished in life. Because everyone has different things to deal with, and you never know what is in your dream, okay? So just try your best. That's all anyone can ever ask, is that you try your best. And Tiny Cactus, I will only say that if it is requested. But you're all very good. I think you're all good. I believe in your goodness. I believe that you're doing your best. And here's the thing, if you're not doing your best, if your life isn't going the way you want, just start over. You can do that. You have that power. It's never too late. It's never too late to start on something you wanted to start it. Want to start. It's never too late to work on a dream. Or at least try. Because trying is the first step. You have to take that first itty bitty tiny little step, right? And if you don't, you never know what will happen. I've had so many moments in my 1,000 years of existence where I've looked back on things. I've just thought, oh, if I hadn't have done this tiny little thing, I wouldn't have met this individual who introduced me to this individual who's now a permanent part of my life. I'm sure you guys know what I mean. And maybe you haven't really sat and thought about it, right? Maybe because sometimes that happens. We get so busy. We get so caught up in things that, especially humans, I've noticed. And I understand you guys have a limited lifespan. Okay. It's just how nature has decided it is. But with that limited time, you guys do so much. It's so inspiring for an immortal being. And it's inspired me to do more, even though I'm immortal. And you can do so much. You're capable of so much. And don't let anyone, and yes, this includes yourself, don't let anyone tell you you can't do it, because you can. Well, Tiny Cactus, she's wrong. Adults do what they choose to do. And here's the other thing. If any of you are young or have not so great connections to family members, and they tell you things that aren't very kind, don't listen to them, because you do matter. And oh, Tiny Cat. But I will use that to say you guys do matter. If any of you, and I don't just mean family. I mean, if you have people in your life that say really nasty, mean things to you, don't listen to them. They're wrong. They're always going to be wrong, including you. Like I said, don't let your brain be mean to you, because it's going to do that sometimes. It's a lot of things. Sometimes it's an illness. Sometimes it's conditioning from negative people. Sometimes it's just you're having a bad day and your brain is being mean to you. Sometimes it's a survival instinct. Your brains are very complex, and I've been researching them for a really, really long time, and I still don't fully understand them. But your brain is a wondrous thing. Do your best to care for it, because it helps you with so much. It lets you do so much. I know not everyone's one for reading, but it does help your brain a lot. Or just do anything that engages you. Do puzzles, do certain types of games, like even video games. Video games help you think. There are a lot of games like that. Even if it's something with action in it, like you do combos, right? If it's a fighting game, you try to learn the combos of a character you don't play very often. Try to learn something new. Whenever someone tells you, like, oh, keep your brain trained, keep your brain healthy, and learn something new, it doesn't have to be something too far out of your comfort zone. I would support you to try to go out of your comfort zone, but it doesn't have to be a big, huge change, you know? It can just be, oh, I really like this certain, like I said, let's take fighting games. Let's say you really like a certain fighting game, like Street Fighter, and you only play a certain few characters, and you want to get your brain to work a little better. You want to train it. Try a character you don't usually play. Try some combos. Just try something different, and that will help your brain out. Rain World. I have heard a lot of good things about Rain. I always love when you guys suggest games for me. As you all know, I love video games. I am a gamer, despite being an idiot. Mom, I just woke up an hour ago. That's okay, Ninja. That's okay, Mr. Ninja. This can just be for relaxing. It doesn't have to be sleeping. And if you fall asleep, I'm so sorry, but not sorry. Because maybe you need to rest a little. But yes, as I said earlier, I am taking requests for anything you guys would like to hear me say. And that's another thing I love about you guys. You guys are so friendly, so warm, so inviting. Look at this. You're always greeting your fellow Entourage members and new people who pop in the chat. It always warms my heart so much. And everybody here is so friendly and so welcome. And I hope to see you guys continue to do that because it builds a really nice community, and our Entourage will be such a nice place for everyone to be, whether they're human or non-human. So I'm always glad when you guys make each other feel welcome, no matter how long someone's been a member of the Entourage. Whether it's been a little bit of time or they've been here forever, it seems. Because I know there are some of you who've been here for a very, very long time. And there's some of you who have just joined recently. Or maybe someone brand new about it. Or maybe you're part of Bot Gang or Silent Listener Gang. Know that I appreciate you, regardless of when or how much, when you've joined or how much you speak in chat. You're all precious to me, remember that. And you don't have to speak in chat. Even if you're someone who's usually very chatty, you do not have to speak all the time, the entire time, every day. Please do not feel pressure to chat. It's just there as something, an option. It's nice to see all of you. Even if you pop in for a little bit, that makes me smile so much. It makes me so happy. But no, you don't have to. You can just turn on one of my and just vibe, as it's called. As they say. You can just vibe. You don't even have to talk to me. You can talk to someone in chat. That's okay. We're very laid back about that in the Entourage. How's the storm sounding? Is it okay? Is it quiet? Is it too loud? Let me know. I have a bit of control over the weather. Yes, I do. Not much, but it's something. It will listen to it. No. But now what? And yes, I think I said this already, but you can make requests for things you want me to say or hum. I will be humming to you guys. I don't know about full singing. That might be a bit loud, but maybe I could. I guess. So I've been working on a lot. And when I work on things, sometimes it's in my head. Sometimes I record things. To get some updated lore video. If you guys have anything you've ever wanted to know about me, just let me know. Anywhere is fine right now. But I have a lot of things to share with you guys. Some of it will just be, oh, here's what my channel is about thing. Some of it's going to be about my species and where I came from. Not too in-depth, it's general stuff. Mostly stuff I've said during streams, but I'll have it all in one place so you guys have a way to refer to it. If you don't hear a storm, hold on. Thank you for letting me know. Storm, please, a little bit louder. Can you say, I love Doom? There, did you want me to hold the note like that? I do love Doom. Doom is so much a fun game. Can you guys hear it now? Hold on. Come up now. I think the storm's listening to me. It's behaving. Thank you for letting. Yeah, please. If I ask you guys about some sound-related thing, please let me know immediately. It helps me a lot. Can you hear it now, guys? I asked the storm to be a little louder because I know it's very comfy and loud. I really like storms. Can you guys hear the storm? Just let me know. Let me know how my voice is. Too loud? Okay, hold on a second. It's Storm. Quiet down a little, please. Just a little bit. I think that worked. Maybe? Okay. Let me know now how it sounds. From nothing to too loud. Okay, I think I know what's going on. What about now? That arm adjusted. Okay, thank you so much, Tiny Cactus and Oven. This helps me so much. So very much. Good, okay. Thank you, Storm. Okay, there we go. See, I told you the weather listens to me. You have to be polite. You have to say please and thank you. Thank you, Storm. Thank the Storm, everyone. They're being very well behaved today. I've been practicing my singing. Did you guys know? I used to be able to sing really well. Slowly returning, but it's going to be a long process, and I'm sure some of my lovely friends can. We do have some singers in our group. Now, one thing you guys are welcome to request is I have, behind this pillow here, I have a laptop. And if you would like to hear some typing sounds, let me know. It's only if you guys want. Some of you find typing very comfy. Yes, Tiny Cactus. Okay, I suppose that's on brand. So, as you all know, if you've been a member of the Entourage for any length of time, I do swear quite a lot. I am a profane angel, and fuck you is a common part of my vocabulary, especially when playing too. You gotta put those demons in place. And I'm assuming you meant with the singing way. Fuck you. I do that sometimes to be goofy, but there you go. Heard about your singing prowess, but I haven't experienced it. So, I could sing for you guys. I'm trying to think of something. To find something in Latin. There's a Latin song I've been practicing. Actually from Genshin, no surprise. BK! Hello, darling. Welcome to our comfy little bedtime Mars stream. Welcome. Get yourself comfy. You guys are this little unicorn here between baby brother Fabrici and this little froggo. It's called a ribbit. From the world of Ion. Is it Atreya? Is that the name of the Ion world? I can't remember. Yes, I played Ion a very long time ago. Yeah, would you guys like some more water? Here you go. Just a little bit more. There we go. And there's some ice. Lurking is fine. That's what this stream is for, Mr. Ninja. I'll type you guys a little bit here. Machine under friends need him day by day. Only love is with us now, something warm and pure. Silence breathes within us now, no need for a cure. When the wind is low and the fire's the vulture waits to see what rots. Oh, how pretty all the scenery. This stage just sacrifice. The arrows through with a brisk attack. The reptile tail ripped from back. Red follow a paradise. It was a dark and stormy night as I unlocked the apartment door. I then realized I left my briefcase in the car. Nothing important, other than a half-eaten sandwich and some chopsticks. I miss those chopsticks. Why, hello, Sumo. Thank you for our lovely little cozy, sleepy time. Yes, I hope you get your chopsticks back. Victorian, it's lovely to see you, my dear. Come join us for our lovely little cozy ASMR here. There's a storm outside. I hope it's not too loud, but I've asked it for the lower and rigs itself because I do have some method of control over the weather. They were those ordinary bamboo, but she plays chopsticks. I hate to throw them. And yes, I will take requests of anything you guys would like me to say or do. Let me pet Skumas and Moon Sugar. Yes, right over there for you if you need that to relax. I'm going to scratch your little heads here. Yes, I have very long nails. Don't worry, I'm very careful with them. So you have no need to worry about me scratching you. pet your little heads. There you go. Do the neighbors know that I am an angel? No, they do not. But my neighbors depend on where I put the floating palace, so the answer is usually no, unless they're a fellow angel or immortal being. Yes, unless they are a fellow angel or immortal being. Now, would you like me to tell you guys a story? I sit here with you. Just imagine you're curled up in my lap. Look how tiny you guys are. A tiny little unicorn. So I can sit on the bed and you guys sit here against the pillow. You guys can curl up on my lap. And I can tell you a story. So, I have a lot of stories I could tell. I've been alive for 1,000 years, which is quite a long time. Do neighbors know that I have skooma in my house? No, unless you guys tell them. No, I have known a lot of immortal beings. And I've known a lot of gods and demons and all sorts of beings. Let me tell you about the time I went to a world and I ended up in a place where there was quite a lot of water. And so, as you all may or may not know, I both love the water and am terrified of the water because I have thalassophobia and submechanophobia. I'm a creature of the air, so I suppose it makes sense, but I also really love swimming. And so I felt so lucky to end up in this region that was full of so much water, and the water was so clear. It was so clear because I've been in water that's so murky and I can't see anything at all, and it breaks me. And I was in this very water infused zone, very hydrological, and it was ruled by a goddess of water and justice. And I didn't meet her until later. She's very energetic, but likes to put on a show. Water of life, I suppose, you know. I suppose. So, and forgive me if I don't read all your guys' comments while I'm telling this story, but I will read them in a moment. So I was in this place, and I hadn't met the ruler of this place. I just sort of ended up there, and I was just sort of walking around, taking in the sight. And I dipped into the water, and as I suppose you all not know this, but I can take on different forms. I can turn into different animals, and I do have a select set of animals that I like transforming into. And one of them is a duck. I do like being a little white duck. So, to look more inconspicuous and fit in a little more, because as you guys can see, I do stand out quite a bit. I transformed into a duck, and I floated on my merry little way. I saw some fellow ducks, but I kind of kept my distance because I was just taking things in. I dove beneath the surface, and the water was so clear. And there was so much going on, though. There were ruins of buildings. There were these strange blue creatures. They were transparent, and they were made out of a different kind of water. That makes sense. It was like a concentrated blue water. And they were different shapes. I saw some that were shaped like jellyfish. I saw some that were shaped like a crab. There was one shaped like a crab. There was one shaped like a sea lion, I suppose they're called. A seal, that's what they're called. Shaped like a seal. There's one shaped like an otter. And I did also see these otters. They were, flesh and blood otters, not the oceanic looking one. But but they were white and they had blue stripes. Never seen an otter that color before. And swam around, and I just saw all sorts of little creatures. There were these little crabs. There was like a big crab, and little baby crabs following it. There were these little seahorses, and they were playing. They were shooting bubbles at each other. And swam along, and there was all sorts of brightly colored seaweed, greens and purples and blues. Water, like I said, was so clear. It was some of the most beautiful water I'd ever seen. It reminded me of my home realm. Because I'm not from Earth. I wasn't even from this place I was in. I didn't even know what this place was called. I swam around. Like I said, I found some ruins. And I found this, how to describe it? It looked like a shrine. The only way I can think of describing it is it looked like a shrine. And inside was this treasure chest. And I couldn't get inside of it. Like, keep in mind, I'm still a duck right now. I've disguised myself as a... Well, at first. But the more I swam around underwater and I saw these blue forms, I was like, you know what? I want to turn into one of those. So I transformed into this blue translucent jellyfish. And with my little jellyfish tentacle, I poked this, so that it was like this shrine, right? It was pretty big, but it wasn't super big, and it didn't have a lot of rooms. It was just like a one-room thing. The closest thing I can think of is, have you guys heard of something called a gazebo? It was like a stone gazebo with a treasure chest inside of it, a really big one, and it was shiny. It was like silver and gold. It was really big. But I couldn't get to it, even if I wanted to, which I didn't. I didn't want to disrupt anything in this world. It was my first time being here. Could the shrine serve as a portal? See, I wasn't sure. It did look like it had a portal inside of it, like into it. So there was the stone part of it, right? But then on the empty open part, there was this blue energy. It was like a blue, like, scintillating like energy, and it had these designs on it. And I put, well, it wasn't my hand because I was a jellyfish. I put my blue jellyfish tendril on it, and it just bounced back against me. Like I couldn't put my appendage through. It was, you know, I couldn't get to that treasure chest, but I could stare through it because it was transparent. Does that make sense? And yes, gazebos are very nice. So I didn't know what this was, so I was like, okay, I can't get inside this. I'm not gonna mess with it too much. This might be something specific. I'm just gonna leave it be. So I drifted away on the currents, and some of the currents were very strong. Especially there were these little blue circles, and if I went inside that circle, it would shoot me forward. Like it would like blast me forward, and another one would show up, and then another one would show up, and I would go through, and I'd go really, really fast, and then it would stop. It was strange and interesting and kind of fun. So I drifted along, taking in the wildlife and the environment. I poked my little jellyfish head above the water. I'm like, okay, maybe I should transform into something else now, because I don't think jellyfish do this. I transformed back into a duck. And I was gliding along, and it started raining. It started out very light rain. I could barely feel it. And I drifted along, and it started to get very misty. And as I drifted, the rain started to pick up a little more. So I didn't mind, and I know I don't think ducks mind rain. Seen them out in the rain time. Okay, this still works because I really like rain. And the rain was starting to come down fairly hard. So as I drifted along, I caught sight of something, a bit of an odd sight on the bank near me. Now keep in mind, this looked like an ocean, but it felt like a lake. Does that make sense? It was like both at once. This was some special body of water. It had creatures in it that reminded me of the ocean here on Earth. But the water was freshwater? It was very unique. So anyway, I floated along and I caught sight of someone standing in this downpour. Like I said, the rain had picked up considerably, and there was soft thunder every now and then. And there was a being, a bipedal being. From what I could tell, they looked human-ish. And they were just standing in this downpour, which humans don't usually do that. I do that. But most humans don't do this. They shelter from the rain, right? But this gentleman, as I got closer to him, he very clearly was a gentleman from the way he was dressed. He was in such a fancy attire. He must have been some sort of high-ranking dignitary or woman, or maybe he was royalty. I'm not certain. But he was just standing in the rain, looking out at the lake, the ocean, this body of water I was floating around in. He wasn't looking at me. He hadn't noticed me, really. He was just gazing off into the distance. It was definitely not Doomguy with the shotgun, though. No, this was not Doomguy's world. Well, this gentleman was fairly tall as well. A slender build, from what I could tell, but he was wearing long robes, like very long. So, but I could still see his figure to an extent. Very fancy footwear as I got closer, like boots with decorations of gold and whatnot. And he had incredibly long hair. It was white, and it was almost like a kind of like a mane, I guess. But it was very neat and tidy, but it stuck out at certain angles. That kind of reminded me of like a dragon's mane, if that makes sense, if you guys have seen Chinese dragons or Asian dragons. So his hair went, I would guess, to his knees, and it was tied in this very neat but loose ponytail, and it was white, but he also had these blue streaks in his hair. And he was wearing, oops. He was wearing gloves as well. That's the other thing. He was fully dressed and just standing in the middle of this torrential downpour at the edge of this ocean. This ocean lake. I'm not sure. It was like a freshwater ocean. It was so strange. He was dressed in blue. It was blue, all these different shades of blue with gold trim. And the closer I got, I realized his attire reminded me of something very specific. So it reminded me in a way of the uniforms that judicial, like judges wear in court. But very fancy and very specific. It wasn't black or anything, it was blue. It was different shades of blue, gold, and it was more like a robe. But it also gave off that air. So like I said, I'd never been to this world, and I wasn't certain who he was, but he was clearly someone very high ranking, very respected, and he was dressed very, very well dressed. His hair was done really well, and he was just standing in the middle of the rain, staring out at the water. And the closer I got to him, it's funny you should mention that, Sumo. It kind of did remind me a bit of an Edwardian suit. It sort of did. It was like a combination between three things: a judge's uniform, some fancy, like, elegant wizard's robes, combined with, like, European period clothing with the frilly white neckerchief. You guys know what I mean. It was like a combination of those three things. He was dressed very well and very He's very beautiful. Like I said, he had very long white hair with blue, like these blue streaks. And going back along his hair, actually, the closer I got, the more I noticed that they kind of were sticking out of his hair, like they were not ribbons, but it's hard to describe, like antenna? Does that make any sense? But they were going down with his hair. So, and like I said, the closer I drifted toward him, the more I noticed he probably wasn't a human. I mean, it was already strange to see this human-looking gentleman standing in the middle of a pouring torrential downpour. But, you know, some humans are strange. My vessel does plenty of strange things. And I could see her doing something like this because she also really likes the rain. But like I said, the closer I got, the aura I got from him, the way he looked, his bearing, how he carried himself, he clearly was not human, even though he looked pretty human. I'm not sure what he was, but he was just quietly watching the rain and standing in the rain. And I was disguised as a duck, as I said earlier. Angels are very beautiful. Very. Is he a British kami-sama? He felt like some sort of deity, which, by the way, anyone who doesn't know Japanese, a kami-sama is a god. He felt like a god. He certainly did. When at first I observed him, I was like, oh, he might just be some high-class, high-ranking nobleman or some important government official. When I got closer to him and I felt his aura, he wasn't human, and he did feel divine to me on some level. So I got closer and closer to him, and he didn't seem to notice me for the longest time because I was just a duck. And ducks are all over, but there were some ducks kind of nearby, so I fit in just fine. Little white duck floating around. And I got so close that I almost was near the edge where he was, and he finally noticed me. And he just stared at me. And at that moment, I knew that he knew I wasn't a duck. It's hard to explain. So, when you're a non-human entity, and you take the form of a commonplace entity, whether it's a human, or an animal, or some other creature, and another non-human entity that is also kind of doing the same thing, notices, you know. You have that moment where you just lock eyes and you're like, I know what you are, and you're like, oh, hello, fellow, you know, not human, I know what you are too. And you have that understanding between you, that goes between you without words, and he and I just locked eyes and stared at each other. And his eyes were some of the most beautiful eyes I have ever seen. So they were fairly large, but not in a way that was unsettling, right? You know how some beings can have really big eyes, but they're unsettling. But no, his were just large in just a very pretty way. And let me see if I can describe his eyes, because I have a semi-photographic memory, so I definitely remember his eyes. So the first thing I noticed is they were multicolored, like mine are. You guys can't see it right now, but my eyes have 3 different colors in them. And his were sort of similar in that regard. So his eyes had some blue in them. I think I have a crush now. I did too. He was very beautiful. They were blue, but it was like this it was like this kind of medium desaturated blue. Does that make sense? And then there was like a paler blue near the center, and the blue near the edges was almost a purple. And then as you go out from the outer edges, where there was like this almost this purple, bluish purple, and then there was this more pale, not quite a sky blue, it's more of a powder blue. And then you got near his pupils, and there was like this red around his pupils, but it wasn't a strikingly bright red. It blended with the black in his eyes. He had a little bit of black. His pupils were white. They were not black. Mine are not black either. My pupils are just the different colors in my eyes. My eyes are a blend of pink and orange and yellow, and I do not have black pupils either. So he had white pupils, and his pupils were shaped like a slit. Like, it reminded me of a snake or a dragon. Not a cat, but a snake or a dragon. And his eyes, he had very long, despite having white hair, he had very long, dark black eyelashes. And at the edges of his eyelashes was blue, and it was kind of difficult to tell if it was eyeliner or if it was part of his eyelashes, because this gentleman was clearly not human. He was something else. And he had, like I said, his eyes were absolutely stunning. I wish you guys could. But his hair was, like I said, he had some fringe or bangs, like just on one side of his face, and it kind of swooped like downward. It kind of looked like a wave on his face. And then the other half of his face had no bangs. So his bangs were kind of like swooped to one side of his face, and there was like a shorter one that kind of went to almost his nose, and there was a longer one that went to his shoulder, and it had some blue at the end. So there were different parts in his hair that had like a bit of this blue color, but they were mostly, it was like this grayish white, and he had very, very long hair, as I said earlier, tied in like this loose, what I'll call a loose ponytail down his back, and it went to about past his waist, maybe to his knees. He had really long hair, just like me. Mine also goes to my knees. I sit on it sometimes. And I wondered if this gentleman had the same problem. I wonder if sometimes maybe he would sit on his hair as well. But he and I just stared at each other, and neither one of us were quite certain what to do, because he was as surprised to see me as I was to see him. This was his home world. This was not my home world. And I wonder if he noticed that, you know, from my energy and whatnot. He possibly did. He knew I wasn't a duck. Like I said earlier, I was not no duck, man. And I knew he wasn't just a nobleman. I knew what he was. And Care Bear snare. So, neither one of us was quite sure what to do. And I suddenly noticed something I hadn't noticed earlier. He had his gloved hands. Yes, he was also wearing gloves. And by the way, at the end of his sleeves was like this white, like his sleeves were like those billowing white sleeves, and it was under his coat, like his robe coat, that was like blues, different shades of blues, like cerulean and darker blue, with gold edges. And he had the shirt underneath was the type that had those white frilly edges. You guys know what I mean. And he also had one of those, like, at his neck, those white, like, frilly, like, neckerchiefs. They actually have a name, but it's escaping me right now. He looked like a fancy European gentleman, who was also a judge, who was also a sorcerer, who was also a... What else did he remind me of? Something else, I can't remember. But something I hadn't noticed before is he had a cane out in front of him, and he was just kind of resting his gloved hands on it. And it was kind of glowing in places. And I'm not sure I didn't notice it before. Maybe he didn't have it out the entire time? The funny thing is, there's no way he was elderly. His being looked like me. He looked ageless. You know what I mean? Like immortal beings. He looked like an ageless, immortal being. And he had a cane, though. He was kind of leaning on. It was definitely just for image, for decoration, for fanciness. And he and I just kept staring at each other. You know, neither one of us quite certain what to do. And he was very calm. He did not look like Lestat. No. No. But he was very calm. Something else I noticed about him, that his footwear, his boots, they were boots, and they went up to all the way to his thigh. They were very long. And that was interesting because I didn't usually see that. So it reminded me of someone who would live in a water nation. That you would have boots that long. But sometimes that's just stylish. Sometimes it just looks really nice. It did. It looked really lovely on him. He had very long, slender legs, and it really accentuated his figure. And the bottom of the boots had like this gold like edging, like it was metal on the bottom. Like my high heels. You guys haven't seen my footwear yet, but someday you will. Probably next year, early next year, I'm hoping. And they're gold. My high heels are all gold, and they click. They click. Oh, kind of reminded me of my own heels, in a way. And we just kind of observed each other for the longest time. And it's times like this that you wonder who's going to speak first, right? And I'm sure you guys have had these experiences even with humans, other humans, where you kind of just run into someone and you're just stunned and neither one of you knows what to say. I have plenty of blankets for you, Lordzilla, don't worry. Yes, bedtime stories. I'm telling stories. I'm in the middle of one right now. I'm recapping when I ended up in this very watery nation on a dimension I'd never been to before. I was floating around as a duck, and I ran into this very elegant, high-class, judge-looking gentleman. First I thought he was just a nobleman, but he was clearly not human. Very long white hair, blue parts, multicolored eyes with slitted white pupils, reminding me of a snake or a dragon. And he was leaning on this cane, but he clearly didn't need it because he was ageless like me. And his hair was very long and white, like I said. Past his waist, like mine. And he didn't have any non-human features, though. That was the thing. Besides his eyes and his ears, I noticed his ears as well. They were slightly pointed, very slightly. And his hair kind of reminded me of a dragon's mane. He looked pretty human. Just very, very ethereal and beautiful. He was clearly extremely beautiful. To me, at least. You know, definitely my type. I have a lot of different types, though, so no worries. And so like I was saying, it's times like this that you wonder who's going to speak first. Because we were both stunned. He realized what I was. I wasn't actually a duck. I was something else. I knew he wasn't human. And we observed each other for what felt like forever. I was stunned by how beautiful he was. I think he just was wondering what the hell I was. You know, I couldn't read his mind or anything. I can't read minds, thankfully. I don't want that power. But an understanding, like earlier, passed between us. And he calmly and quietly walked to the very, very edge of the bank, to the point that the heel of his boots, was in the water now. And he knelt down, and he stared at me, and then he extended a hand. Now, like I said before, he was wearing full gloves. They were like a black? Well, not quite black. They were like a dark blue, I guess? Very, very dark blue. But now that he had them out to me, and his palm was open, I noticed more details about this glove. He could have been a multi-dimensional being, so I'm not sure. But I got the feeling this was his home. This is where he lived. He looked like he fit in perfectly to this watery nation. And I had heard that the goddess that ruled this nation she was of water and justice, and he looked like some sort of fancy sorcerer judge, some noble judge. So when he extended his gloved hand to me, not only did I notice that on his knuckles there was like these golden, like they weren't gems, but they were just like these golden shapes on his knuckles, and he had like blue stripes on the fingers. But when he extended his palm to me, there was a water drop shape on his palm, on the glove. I was like, that's interesting. And I climbed onto his hand because, once again, I was a duck right now. I had transformed into just a simple white duck. But he knew I wasn't a duck, and I knew he wasn't human. And like I said, there was that understanding between us. Climbed onto his hand, and he lifted me and put me on his shoulder and started to walk. So I went on a torrential downpour rain walk with this non-human gentleman, and there was not a single word spoken between us. He just sort of knew, and I knew. We sort of just understood each other as fellow non-human entities. And I got the feeling as he walked along the bank of this freshwater ocean, I should call it, because like I said earlier, it was both an ocean and a lake. It had like elements of both. It was so unique. And I got the feeling as I nestled up on his shoulder and he walked along with his cane that he took walks very often, and he enjoyed taking walks in the rain just like I do and just like my vessel does. So it's like I found a kindred spirit, you know? And he had this aura about him that was very calming. Have you guys ever met someone like that? Where just being in their presence, you feel like you can just exist and you don't have to speak? At least I would hope you have met someone like that, or you have someone in your life like that. It's one of the nicest feelings in the world, to just be able to be in someone's presence and it feels comfy, it feels cozy, it feels like you don't need to talk, you don't feel pressured to say anything to them. And that's how he felt, and I just met him. But you know, being a non-human, you kind of have that vibe with fellow non-human entities. And I got a very dragon-y vibe from him, I should say. I'm not sure, but he gave me that. A lot about him reminded me of Eastern dragons, which I've known some dragons like that. I've known dragons. I've known all sorts of different types of dragons. And he definitely gave me that vibe. And I'm rethinking any interaction I've had with ducks now, the Sunny. That's the thing. Take a pause in the story for a moment. I do transform into different creatures, and there are certain creatures that I do prefer. Like, I favor certain creatures, and ducks are one of them. Ducks, I also like there are a lot of different birds. I like chickens. I like ducks. I like kiwis, even. I was seeing some videos recently, and they make the funniest little noises. I had no idea they were so loud. You can't fit in a blanket. Lordzilla, we will find a blanket big enough for you. Don't you worry, darling. Everyone will have their own special blankie. Reminds me of Ponyo's dad. I still have not seen that Ghibli movie. You think in any action, ducks are based? I was a duck once. Yeah, ducks are lovely. Never seen a duck before? Oh, goodness me. They're lovely. Actually, let me show you the type of duck I usually transform into. So, whenever I turn into a duck, I always pick the same one. And I always turn into, let me find a good picture. This kind. This is the kind of duck. Oh, that's big. They're called, I think, a call duck. Let's turn into this kind of. Yes, you are Kiwi BK. Exactly. I like turning into Kiwis. Not fellows from New Zealand, but the bird. I had a pet duck last year. Oh, that's lovely, Sunny. Please feel free to share. And I'll catch up with some of your guys' messages later. I'm reading them every night. Yes, I like being this kind of duck. So anyway, to return to the story. To catch everyone up here, anybody new who just popped in, I'm telling a story of the time I ended up in a dimension in a nation that was centered around water and was ruled by a goddess of water and justice, I think it was. I met her eventually. She's very energetic, very showy. But I first encountered this gentleman that I later found out was very high-ranking, as I guessed, and he was not human, was my guess, and I was correct. But, you know, as fellow non-humans know. And I was just gliding along as a duck, and I saw this elegant, well-dressed gentleman in the pouring rain, and that was very strange, before I realized he was also not a human entity, and he didn't even notice me, my little duck self, at first, and I just waddled, well, not waddled, I guess drifted, because I was sitting in the water. I drifted closer and closer and closer until I could take in all these intricate little details about his attire. He looked like a judge, like a high-ranking judge, but also a sorcerer, but also royalty kind of in a way. And he had this cane, but he was clearly ageless. His eyes were multicolored like mine. They kind of reminded me of dragon eyes, because he had like slit pupils, and they were white, and the rest of his eyes were like shades of like a purple and a blue with a red in the middle by his pupils. And he had long, flowing mane-like white hair that was tied in this loose ponytail, but it stuck out in intervals, kind of like a mane. But it was kind of slicked back at the top, and he had one bang, like some bangs on one side of his face, so it was kind of swooped forward from his hair, and the other side of his face didn't have any fringe or bangs. But so eventually he noticed me, and he knelt down and he put out his gloved hand. So he was fully dressed. Like, this man was clearly very fashionable and well dressed. And I climbed onto his hand, he put me on his shoulder, and without a word between us, he started walking. And he clearly took walks in the rain often. It was something he enjoyed doing. And we were very far from the nearby city. There was a city nearby. It was like built on this lake. Like, the lake surrounded this city, and it was very beautiful from what I could see, but the rain was also very strong, and it was kind of foggy. So I really couldn't see the details of the city very well, but it kind of had architecture that reminded me of old-timey Europe, if that makes sense, like France or something. I still didn't know this gentleman's name, and he didn't know my name. He didn't even know what I was. Right now I was a duck, but he knew I wasn't a duck. So anyway, he walked along, and I could hear the metal of his boots clicking every now and then on stones and pathways, and eventually we ran into some other humans, and they just looked like normal everyday humans, and some of them were very confused. Some of them seemed to understand that he just did this sometimes. Some of them offered him an umbrella. He declined, even though they insisted. Everyone was incredibly respectful to him. So he was clearly well respected, but also well loved, because when these humans spoke to him, there wasn't any fear in their voices. Because I pick up on emotion very easily. That's one of my talents as an angel. And there wasn't any fear in their voices. It was more like they were nervous because of who he was. See you later, tiny cactus. I hope you enjoyed. But they were just nervous because of who he was. And they said his name. I won't repeat it here just for the sake of, that sort of thing. That he was They called him... He had an interesting title. One of them was in Latin. It was a Latin word for judge. And they called him Chief Justice. So, like I said, he was very high ranking. And so I was right. He was a judge. And he was the head of them. And when he spoke, I finally got to hear his voice. And no one really paid any mind to the duck on his shoulder. They sort of did. They thought I was just a duck, and I pretended to be just a duck. So, his voice. Now let me let you guys in on a secret. It's not quite a secret. I am very drawn to voices. I have a attachment for voices. I am a singer. I'm very sensitive to voices and sound and all sorts of things like that. And I will do my utmost to describe this man's voice to you all. Oh, we have a duck in chat. Hello, duck. Hello, ducky duck. Welcome to the Entourage. I'm Khione Aria. Having a little story time. Comfy. But read the rules if you're not someone who's just playing with me right now, because my entourage likes to play little pranks on me like this, change their names. Duck, duck, goose. Sometimes I'll be a goose, but I like being a duck. I tried being a goose, but anyway. So I was sitting on his shoulder, and he would address them and speak to them. He was very well spoken. I understood every word of what he said. I'm not sure how. I have no idea how I understood him. It was like we were speaking the same language. Oh, midnight. Hello, darling. Thank you. Oh, thank you, honey. Thank you. I am slowly starting to appreciate my own voice. Not only because of my entourage, but because of my beautiful friends and found family. They're helping me see. Yes. Welcome to the comfy ASMR stream, Midnight. I'm just in the middle of telling a story right now. I will catch you up in a moment. A spy duck. Well, that's just fine, because you can have a nice comfy time. You can use this as a sleep aid or just to relax or just comfy and cozy. I'm telling stories. I was humming earlier. Oh, you guys need some more water, don't you? Oh. Sumo knows the word for judge in Latin. I'm so proud of you. Yes, he was the Iudex. That's what they called him. He was the Iudex, and he did have a name, but I won't repeat it here because names have power and all of that, you know. And I want to respect him. So I will just say his title. He's the Iudex, or the Chief Justice. So to catch everyone up, should have known the FBI was hiring ducks. I mean, are you surprised? I can turn into a duck. So, I was doing my dimensional traveling as I do, and I ended up in this nation that was water-centered, and it was ruled by a goddess of water and all things hydro, and all things justice. She was a goddess of justice as well, and I met her eventually. First I ran into her Chief Justice, also known as the Iudex. And at first I didn't know that was what he was. I thought he was just a normal nobleman. He definitely just looked like a fancy... like I said, his attire reminded me of a combination between a justice or a judge and a sorcerer and just a fancy French nobleman, like an elegant, old-timey French nobleman. He had like that white ruffle at his neck, and he had the roughly white sleeves and, you know, everything. And so, and he had very long white hair with blue in places, multicolored eyes. His pupils were white, and they were slit-shaped, kind of reminded me of like a snake, but then I eventually realized he felt like a dragon to me in a human form. And so, he and I hadn't spoken a word to each other, and at first he probably thought I was just a duck. And because I was just gliding around as a duck, as I do, I have a lot of different animal shapes I transform into. And a duck is one of them. One of my favorites. So he noticed me eventually, and he scooped me up, He put me on his shoulder without a word spoken between us, and we just took a walk together in this torrential downpour, which at first is very strange because I thought he was just a human nobleman. But then it started to make sense. I saw that Sunny. You said midnight was very cute. I caught it that time. He's Lestat the vampire dad on the... No. He definitely was not a vampire. I know what a vampire feels like. One of my adopted daughters is a vampire. No. I'm gonna check. You guys keep mentioning Lestat. Does he also... Because I know Lestat. Does he also have the white ruffle? Yes, he does. Okay. I see what you guys are saying. And he's French, so... Yes, he was wearing that shirt, this kind of shirt, like under his judge robes. I could see. You see nothing? No, I saw nothing at all, Sonny. Yeah, what am I talking about? What did I see? Nothing. Midnight is totally not adorable and precious, and we love her very much. But, so this Chief Justice, he was just strolling along this downpour, and occasionally his people, as I should say now, because he was one of their, top government officials, they would run up to him. Like, random people would run up to him. Some didn't even pay him any mind. They seemed to understand that this is just something he does. And then, yes, I adopt lots of little gremlins. Including you guys. But, so he walked along the metal of his thigh-high boots, clicking on the stones. At first, we were just by this terrestrial lake, this ocean, and then we moved on toward the city, and like I said, there were citizens I should say, running up to him. Some of them offered him an umbrella, and he politely declined. And there's some of you in chat who know who I'm talking about, and I am very proud of you. I'm very proud. But I will not say his name out of respect, but he was the Chief Justice of this nation of Hydro and Justice. But, so I was riding on his shoulder. Some noticed that he had a duck on his shoulder, but they didn't seem to think it was that strange. I got the vibe from him that he was a very benevolent, kind-hearted man, and that this was kind of a normal thing he might do. And like I said, some of them ran up and offered him an umbrella. Some of them were just concerned that he was walking in the pouring rain in this fancy attire, and he just waved them off and told them to pay him no mind. And his voice, yes. Before I interrupted myself, I was going to describe his voice. Now, it wasn't a super deep voice. And hello, sire. For anyone I haven't welcomed in, I'm so sorry. I've been telling a story, but Sunny, I see you. Tiny Cactus has been here. Lord Zilla's here, but no, you can talk as much as you. Well, you guys are just here to vibe with me as I tell you stories, as I make you nice and comfy. I'm just telling you a time I met this very fancy gentleman in this other realm. We're okay, I cannot speak words, this human mouth. It's so lovely to have you here, sire. I know you were looking forward to this ASMR. Thank you so much for your feedback on my community post. Oh, for anyone who just came in, let me get you some water. Hold on. Get you some water. Oh, a little more. Oh. Oh, I spilled a little water on you guys. I'm so sorry. Let me clean that up. There you go. There you go. Oh, no, wait. I missed you guys. That's on me. See, that's a habit I have. I spill water on myself all the time. So, there you go. All bad. Oh. I'm glad everyone's comfy. Nice stormy night. While I tell you guys this funny little story of the time I met the Chief Justice of the nation of Water and Hydro. So anyway, me get some water. Here we go. Oh, so sorry. Anyway, I was riding on his shoulder. People were offering him umbrellas. as he walked in this torrential downpour, his metal boots, the heel of his boots clicking on the pavement, on the stones, with his cane in hand, refusing all offerings of umbrellas. Alright, guys, my vessel's throat is acting up. Oh, there we go. So anyway, there was something else about this city. Vessel keeps spilling water on her, so she does sometimes. I do that too. So there was something else about this nation that was very unique. Not just the fact that one of their high government officials was clearly some sort of non-human entity, but there weren't just humans in this nation. There were these little, they seemed to be all female from what I could tell. They were like these little sea creatures. How do I describe them? They were bipedal, or bipedal, like humans. They walked on two legs, but they had skin patterns like different sea creatures. They were like little, not seahorses. What's the creature I'm thinking of? Like little, not sea slugs. But they had kind of these little antennae, like on their heads, like little horns, kind of, but they were soft. And they were different shades of like pink and white and blue and white and yellow and white, and they were very pale colors. And they had little tails too. They reminded me of those little, what are they? There's this creature called a sea butterfly. Yeah, they were like little sea butterflies, some of them. I don't know if you guys have heard of these. These are very pretty. These little creatures, hold on. Some of them reminded me of these little guys. But they were like, kind of like mermaids, but two-legged, sort of. It's kind of hard to describe. They reminded me of if you made mermaids into a bipedal species, but made them less human looking and gave them two legs and colored their skin not like humans. Because like I said, they had all these different pale skin colors, and some of them reminded me of these little guys. They reminded me of different little sea creatures, and they were all female, which I thought was interesting. I've encountered races before and species before that were all one gender. Or don't have genders. But like they also reminded me of different little sea, like anemones. I can never say that word very well. Or different little sea slugs. They reminded me kind of like these little guys here. But oh, that didn't stay up. Sea angels, yes, exactly. Yes, and these little guys here. But imagine them with like two legs. And they had like eyes and heads. Sea angels, thank you so much, Midnight. Yeah, they were like little sea angels, and that's what I thought of when I saw them. They had this air about them, like they looked like this. Their colors were like this, and their skin was kind of this smooth like texture, but they looked like tiny little ladies, like tiny little girls. They were like human shaped. But they would skip along, and they had these little uniforms on. They were so cute. Like they were these little blue uniforms. And they had little hats, and they were just skipping along, and they were greeting the Chief Justice that I was with. They were greeting him, and they were very friendly with him. And, you know, the way he spoke to them, and I will get describing his voice in a moment, but the way he spoke to them, he seemed like a proud father. Like he had a very fatherly, that was the other thing I noticed about him. He had a very fatherly air about him. He was very like comfy and warm and like a father. And yeah, sea angels. Let me show you guys again. Maybe I'll keep up a picture of one because they're very, very beautiful, and they're one of my favorite sea creatures actually. Oh, that's so big. There they are. This is a sea angel. I'll keep it here for you guys. So some of them reminded me of these little guys, but they didn't have see-through skin. Like I said, they were kind of human-like. Now, they would skip around. They would greet the gentleman I was with. He seemed like a father to them. And they were very pleasant little species. I'd seen something similar. Like, I've seen mermaids before, I've seen sea beings before, you know. Um, so they reminded me of some other things I had seen before. And they seemed right at home in the rain as well, like most of the humans of the city. So there were multiple species in this city. There were humans, and then there were these little ladies. And I didn't say anything because I'm supposed to be a duck at the moment. Of course, the gentleman I was riding on his shoulder, he knew I wasn't a duck, but no one else knew that. So I was going to continue to be a duck. Now, I have some water. So I walked along with him. It was almost like he was showing me around the city without words. Like I said, he had never spoken a single word to me in particular. I'd never said anything to him either. I know telepathy, and I could have easily used it with him. I'm sure he could have responded to me as well. But we didn't. He was just silent, I was silent, and I just kind of enjoyed his company and rode on his shoulder. And it's like he was showing me different parts of this city that he was one of the head government officials for. And oh, I'm so sorry, guys. There were all sorts of different districts. The city was kind of circular in a way. Like, it was kind of, the different districts kind of went in a circle, and there were like different paths you could take. There were like stairs to different levels and that kind of thing. And I would see, you know, the humans taking refuge from the rain. There were little cafes, and people were huddling under like the umbrellas over the table. Some were running with like a newspaper over their head and a book and trying to get out of the rain because it was still raining very, very hard. Some were just looking out the windows, just watching the Chief Justice with a duck on his shoulder strolling through the rain with these little sea creature girls approaching him every now and then to give him an update on something. So he clearly had a big part in the way their city worked and the way their government worked, which made sense. And they would update him on things or just greet him or give him little gifts even. Like I said, he was like a father to them. And sometimes he would pull out something and hand them something. And so this city also had these big, big, big statues. And they were like these well-carved statues of their goddess. And she had a big old sword, and there was like a blue like gem in her sword. And he didn't really go near any of them. We just kind of passed them, and I just noticed them. Does my vessel need hot tea? That would be very lovely if any of you could make me some hot tea. That would be... She likes tea very much, as do I. Tea is actually one of my favorite things, to the point I've called my little lore sessions that I've done in the past and I'm going to continue to do. They're called my tea times. I have some old ones you guys can look up, and I'm going to be doing some new ones when I finish recording the lore videos, and they're going to be called Khione's Tea Time. Oh yeah, look forward to that. But it does look like a see-through water bird, doesn't it? And it's a very interesting animal. They also look kind of spooky. Another reason I love these little guys is this. Look at this. Oh, that's a huge picture. Hold on. Because I'm just pulling these from Google. They also do this. They like open up, and they're this spooky little creature. Oh, they're lovely little guys. Maybe you guys could look like one of these, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm definitely going to have you guys vote on a design or have a design contest. But, so, it was like he was showing me different parts of his little nation, this city. And it was the perfect time to do so because it was raining so hard that it was just a nice peaceful walk and no one was really disturbing us, barely. Every now and then one of his little sea creature daughters, I'm not sure what to call them, his little sea daughters would run up and say something to him, but mostly they just kind of waved to him, and the humans were kind of watching him. Some of them were very perplexed by what he was doing. Some of them seemed to be used to him doing this. some were even brave enough, like I said earlier, to offer him an umbrella, and he always politely declined. His voice, so his voice was very, very, very pleasant. It wasn't super deep, but he had this warm fatherliness. It wasn't super deep, but it had an authority in it, like this calm, measured authority, right? Like the ancient sea, like the authority of like an ancient sea. And it was like a quiet-ish voice, but I felt if he needed to project it, because he was a judge, he was a court judge, so I'm sure he needed to call order and all that. I'm sure that's what he used his cane for, to call order and tap it on the ground and make everyone shut the fuck up, you know? Oksan hides her Japanese green seems very expensive. Some green teas are very expensive, yes. Any of those teas would be perfectly fine. Simla, I love all tea as long as it's not super, super strong. But I am open to any kind of tea you want to make me. If you guys ever want to make me tea, I like all kinds of teas. White tea, I think, is one of my favorites. I really like white tea and certain kinds of herbal teas. I like rooibos and cinnamon teas and stuff. But anyway, he had a very pleasant voice. It was calm, it was measured, it had this underlying current of authority to it. It was fatherly in a way. It was on the lighter side of male voices. Like I said, his voice wasn't incredibly deep. And he spoke in a way that his voice carried, but it was very, like, quiet. And it was nice to listen to. As I've said earlier, I have a fondness for voices and sounds, and I'm very sensitive to both of those things. And I enjoy all sorts of different kinds of voices, whether they're deep, whether they're not super deep, whether they're cutesy or motherly or super masculine, super feminine. There are all sorts of voices that I'm fond of, and there's all sorts of beautiful voices that everybody has. Like, being a VTuber has introduced me to so many different kinds of voices and helped me appreciate voices more and more and more. His voice wasn't hard. No, there was no harshness in his voice. I would say he had a very smooth voice. His voice was very smooth. He was very well spoken. And like I said, it sounded like a voice he could project with a great deal of authority when he needed to. He just had that presence about him that you could feel. But it wasn't, he does have a Midnight knows who I mean. She's a moon goddess, you know, she knows these things. She knows exactly who I mean. She's probably met him before, I'm sure. Because goddesses are ever present. They can go wherever the heck they want. And so, yes, he had an incredibly beautiful, it suited him. It suited him very well. And it suited for what he was in their government structure, being a high judge of sorts. But it was very smooth. It was very warm. He was a very caring man, I could tell. He loved everyone in this nation dearly. He loved what he did as a job. He was very proud. He is very tall. Yes, BK knows who I mean as well. Some of you may know him. He's kind of a celebrity in certain realms. So he was very tall. I'm also very tall. I've been throwing a joke around both on YouTube and Twitter that I'm the height of a certain individual from Genshin Impact. They're called Hatui Mere Maidens. Would you guys like to see how tall I am? Let me pause the story for a moment here. If you guys ever wondered how tall I am, well, this isn't my true height, but whenever I take a humanoid form, this is the height I like to have. Let me find, I posted this actually. Morgan Freeman and Sam Elliott. Morgan Freeman has a very nice voice. Yeah, I'm not sure who Sam Elliott is, but if you guys want to see my height in comparison to a normal human-sized woman in my human form, So I have many different forms. I can be as small as a fairy, like I can sit in the palm of your hand or on your head or on your shoulder, or I can be as big as a building, like I can be huge. But when I take a human form, this form you guys see right now, I usually like to be this height. This is what feels natural to me. Yes, this is from Genshin. Yes, I grabbed this from Google. This is the best representation. Usually plays a cowboy. Gotcha. This is the best representation I found of my height. The woman in black and white, the more burgundy magenta woman here, that's a normal human female. The big tall blue and white lady, that's me. That is me and you guys. I actually made a funny post, as you guys tell. I like to meme. I like to, as we say on the interwebs, I like to shit post sometimes. And you guys will see me do that on Twitter and on YouTube. On the community tab, sometimes I'll post funny things for you guys to enjoy. See what you guys think. But yeah, that is my height as a human. I am very tall. Very, very, very tall. Yes, I'm a very tall lady, so that's me. I'm short because my armor is in the wash. Oh, that's fine, Lord Zella, that's fine. I hope it doesn't take too long to clean. Ship posting does make the world go around, sire. Exactly. And it's a good sign if I'm doing that. Like, I try not to flood you guys with too much. I don't want to spam you guys. It's all like Clint Eastwood. Yeah. Southern twangs can be very, very lovely, Sumo. Exactly, man. It's okay. I almost want to say something about my vessel, but maybe I shouldn't. But it's okay. I know humans that are very small. It's totally alright. I'm a very tall angel. I used to date a lady who was 6 foot. That's beautiful, Sumo. Oh, goodness me. Yes, tall women are beautiful. Short women are beautiful. Tall men are beautiful. Short men are beautiful. You are all kings and queens of whatever your height is. You can be a tall king. You can be a short king. Tall queen, short queen. Or if you're non-binary, a tall sovereign or a short sovereign. There are gender-neutral royalty terms that I wish more people would use. And sovereign is a beautiful word. But yes, so in my usual human form, I am very tall. I could probably look eye to eye or taller with this gentleman that was carrying me on his shoulder like a duck, as a duck rather. I might have even been taller than him. But I think if I would have shifted into my human form, that I would have made myself shorter than him, because he, unit of measurement king, there we go, sire, there we go. I mean, increase obvious, I can die no longer, I am small. Yeah, it's okay if you're small, it's okay. And I want to say this as well, it's okay if you're small, it's okay if you're tall, it's okay if you're more of a, what's the word, a male wife, a lady wife, you know, you're more of like a dominant sort, you're more of a submissive sort. Sovereignty is a beautiful word, I love that word very much. To the point, it's a name of a very important thing in the fantasy story I'm working on. And I don't get to mention my fantasy story very often, but do know that it is one of the greatest loves of my life. My story is everything to me, one of my everythings, and I love the characters so much. They're like members of my family. Some of you might understand what I mean. Sumo says, there is good and beauty in everyone. Sometimes it takes a while to find it. Yeah, I know you said there was a little sarcasm to that, but I mean, it's true. And we are joined in our cozy stream, finally, by my lovely familiar, Baby Moo Moo. Her full code name is Mume, which means, I think it means silence, or it means like no name. Mume means no name. Yeah, that's what it means. So you guys can just call her Baby Moo or Baby Moo Moo. I also have a code name for my baby boy. Usually you guys just call him Baby Sa or Baby Sasa, but his full code name is Sasaya, which is short for Sasayaki, which means whisper in Japanese. So it's Baby Sasaya and Baby Mume. And yes, that's Mume like the VTuber Mume. I got the idea for my lady familiar's code name from her, because it means no name. Because you guys aren't allowed to know their names, because they're my familiars, and if I gave you their real names, you could summon them. So let me get you guys a little bit more water here. Alright, the ice has melted, but that's just the nature of ice. And my elemental powers are pretty weak right now, so I can't make you guys any more ice. I have to get it like normal humans do from the ice maker. Oh my goodness, Andy. Hello, darling. Welcome to our cozy ASMR stream. I was just pouring you guys some water and getting it all over myself, like usual, as is my custom. Toscado. I'm glad for the Toscado. Thank you. Do not drown, Lord Zelig. You're fine. I'm not drowning you. You're okay. Just getting anybody who came in some more water or some water. All you guys should just see it as you're all cuddled up as little different beings here. Some of you look like unicorns. Maybe some of you look like Fabrosi or the little ribbit here. Some of you maybe look like these little sea creatures all cuddled up on my lap and around me on this bed in this guest room in my floating palace known as the Palace of the Winter Sun. So if you guys have any requests, oh, I haven't petted you in a while. Here you go. I'm gonna pet your little heads. There you go. I'm gonna scratch you with my long nails, but it's okay. I won't scratch you. I've had long nails for all of my immortal life. I'll just give you. So Andy says he's gonna be greedy, or they. I'm sorry. I won't assume your gender. Gonna be greedy and chug the water before anyone else can. I'll just give you yourself a jug. I'll just haul out a jug from under the bed here. And I'll give you a whole jug of water. There you go. It's one of those big, like those water coolers you see at offices. There you go. So you don't steal anyone else's water. Be good now. And if you guys want me to know your pronouns, just let me know. If I misgender you, I don't need to. I'm so sorry, and correct me. But anyway, I was telling a story about this time I ended up this nation of water in this other dimension, and I bumped into this pretty high-ranking official. I just thought he was a regular gentleman, and I was disguised as a duck. So anyone who just popped in, anyone who's new, nice, I'll take it. There you go, baby, there you go. Anyone who's new here, I can take a lot of different forms. I usually take this form you guys see on stream, which is my humanoid form, as I call it. I have a true form. You guys will never see it because you'll die. I'm just like the angels you're familiar with on Earth, be not afraid and all of that stuff, you know. I have a true form that will literally melt you. So I have a lot of different forms. Sometimes I'm this. Sometimes I'm a very human looking woman with either pink or white hair. Sometimes I'm a duck, a chicken, a little kiwi bird. I like bird, as it probably makes sense. I like taking bird forms, right? And there are other animal forms I enjoy as well, though. I like deer quite a lot. I like horses. But I always pick a certain color or certain pattern to manifest as. So if you guys run into something like this, maybe it's me, but be careful. It could just be a wild animal. Please, please, please be careful around wild. Anyway, I'm not going to give you the scolding about staying away from animals that are wild. I trust you guys. Just exercise your own best judgment. Oh, it's fine. Okay, gotcha, Andy. No, I ended up in this nation. I came there having no idea where this was because the way my dimensional traveling works, I don't usually choose where I go. Well, sometimes. It's complicated. Kiwi. Yes, we have a resident Kiwi in chat. That is the cute little nickname that New Zealanders give themselves, and BK is a resident New Zealander. But I can also, I like taking the form of the little Kiwi bird. Like, I love those little goobers. They're so cute and so loud. And isn't that color horses so pretty? Yes, they are. I usually choose a white horse, though, as you guys might guess. But yeah, different colored horses are so beautiful. These pink and white animal must cuddle. Yeah, that's definitely me then. I'm not even trying to hide it at that point. That's how you guys know it's definitely me. I think I'd only do that if I knew it was you guys, because I know my entourage. You guys give off a certain aura that I would notice you, you know. No people from Oz. Oh, I'm not sure what you mean, Sumo. I know what you are referencing, perhaps. But here's the other thing. This is a comfy ASMR relaxing stream. It is a sleep aid. There's a nice storm going outside. Let me know if it's too loud or too quiet. I do have some level of control over the weather. I don't know what's going on, but I do have some control over the weather. And I can hum for you guys. I can sing something for you guys. Requests are very welcome and very desired, but I do have, things I'm doing. I told you guys a story. I've hummed for you guys, poured you guys some water whenever you need it. I could do some typing if you guys like typing, or I can pet you guys some more. You guys can just ask me comfy questions, and I'll just keep talking in my comfy ASMR voice. I'm not going to be raising my voice. If you guys want me to whisper for a bit, I can do that too. But that's a little difficult for me to keep up, but I can do it. Anyone from Australia? I'm not sure if we have any Australian Entourage members. We could. What pattern color do you usually go with, though? I want to increase my chance of being possessed by an adorable angel lady. Now, I don't possess others. Okay, typing is awesome. Okay, I'll do a little typing for you guys in a moment. I have vessels already, and my animal choices, I usually choose white, or I like spots as well. I think freckles are very cute. I don't have them. My species usually doesn't have them, I don't think, unless they're a certain type of angel. I don't have any. So I see them on humans and animals, and I think they're very lovely. They're very cute, spots and freckles and stuff. So I like spots. I like white. I like long, flowy, things. So when I'm a horse, I usually have, a long, flowy mane and such. And when I'm a chicken, well, sometimes I'm just those, short-tailed chickens, but I really, really love the chickens that have those long, flowy tails. Will culling result in extreme eternal pain? No. Here's the thing. My true form would kill you guys just by looking at it. But when I'm in this human form, you guys are 100% safe. Everybody is safe around me when I'm in this form. I can even hide my wings. I can hide my halo if I want to. I can appear more and less human as I want. But I show a lot of myself on stream because I know you guys understand, and I know I'm accepted for who I am as an angel. And I can show a little bit more of myself. Not so much it hurts you guys, but this is enough. I might be able to go a little bit more. Maybe you guys can see that one day, but we'll see. Whispers. I think whispers and heartbeat. Okay. I'm not sure. Here's the thing. I'm not sure if my mic is sensitive enough to pick up heartbeat, but I will try for you guys. I'll go in order that it's been requested, so typing. I will do some typing for you guys. Let's see here. Let me pull up just an empty document. No, don't worry, I've got a laptop. I'm behind you guys here with a laptop. And I will just type up some stuff for you guys. No, possessions aren't what we do. We find willing vessels and we get their permission. I'm just going to be quiet and type for you guys. Unless you'd like me to talk and type, just let me know. But I will be quiet and type. And then I'll try some whispers and some heartbeat sounds. I don't know if it'll work with my mic, but we'll see. So, here we go. Let me know how the sound is.
Oh my goodness, Asta, hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt the typing. We have a new Entourage member. Asta, hello darling. Welcome to the Entourage. I'm Khione Aria. You can call me Khione. You can call me Aria. Are there any other nickname as long as I know you're speaking to me? Some call me Mom, Mommy, Mother, Melon Goddess. That's a long story. I will tell it to you another time. Don't forget to read the rules down below. And welcome to a Comfy ASMR stream. I haven't done one of these in quite a while, but I used to do them every Sunday, and I'd love to get back into doing that. Hello, and let me read your message. Not from Australia, but Fieldsworth saying that SA got the World Cup twice in a row. Eat that, New Zealand. Please let me know what S is. That South America? Well, congratulations. I will be bluntly honest, and I am not a sports individual. I'm very much a gamer, reader sort, but I don't mind if you guys tell me about the things you're interested in and the things you love, and I will listen. And you guys are welcome to go off topic, by the way, especially in streams like this, you know, where I'm not playing a game, but I usually play games. But hello, Asta. Well, Asta, welcome. Please, everyone in the Entourage, make them feel welcome. And yes, Entourage is what I call my lovely little band of sweethearts here. And I stream pretty much every other day at always 1 p.m. Eastern time, whether it's EST or whatever it is, and I swear a lot, just so you know, but usually not in these streams. They're more comfy, and I try not to swear in them. It'd be more relaxing. Thank you, Midnight. I forgot about Mom bitch, you really love. Thank you, Andy. And see, if you guys want to see me as a big sister, an auntie, or even a dad, question mark? That's up to you. How you guys want to perceive me is how you perceive me, you know? I perceive myself a certain way, I am a certain way in real life, but how I am on stream and how you guys choose to perceive me and headcanon me, so to speak, and if you want to write like fan stories and have that's fine. I encourage that 100%. My tags are also down below if you ever want to do art or do anything related to me. If you're not sure where you should put it, either ask me or just use my general tag. You can call me Papa. If you see me like a Papa, that's fine. There are even VTubers that people call them Dad or Uncle Dad, if you guys know what I'm referencing. If you guys ever, no one ever seems to cross any lines though. If there's something I'm uncomfortable with being called, I will let you know, but that is incredibly rare.
I'm very chill. I'm very laid back, very open-minded. So however you want to refer to it. As long as it's, you know, within the rules, within my comfort, which is pretty wide, honestly. And just how you see me. As long as and as I always say, as long as I know you're speaking to me, you know. If I don't know you're talking to me, then I'm not going to know. So, yeah, if you have any questions at any time, Asta, please let me know. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. But today, we've just been doing, I've been talking in my ASMR voice. I was in the middle of doing a typing little you guys can request things. That's the thing. You guys can always request things. Like, I have plans, hours and hours worth of plans of things I can do for you guys. But yes, I used to do reading ASMRs. I do roleplay ASMRs as well, but I will do also reading ones. Full trigger ASMRs aren't something I usually do. No. Are horror fan stories okay? Yes, I love horror. Horror is one of my favorite things. That's another reason why I need to finish my lore videos and upload them, because some of them aren't just like, you know, lore about my species and where I'm from and, you know, my quote-unquote VTuber lore, but some of it's just like channel information, like here's the things I like, here are the things you can expect on the channel. And then one video is even going to be stuff like trivia, you know, it's just going to be like, here's random trivia about me, like I really like horror, I like the color pink, you know, things like that. Let me do some typing for you guys here while I talk a little bit. Trivia. And don't worry, I haven't forgot about the heartbeat and the whispering. I'll do that in a moment. Or they can't help it. All my story come out as heart. No, I think that would be beautiful. If you guys figure out how to write a story about me that is horror, that would be perfect. I love horror. But you guys can write comfy stories about me. You can write erotic stories about me. I do not care. I am open to so much. Just be careful if you do something not safe for work. Please use the proper tag, because I don't want people to be uncomfy or get in trouble at work or school or around their family, right? I don't want them to be browsing like the general tag and see like porn, you know? Or maybe they just want to be in a certain mindset or certain mood or certain environment before they enjoy something like that. So yes, I have a not safe for work tag, I have a general tag, I have an art tag. I don't have a live tag because I don't think I need it. Just use my general tag if you want to comment on my live. I also have a raid tag, which I always forget to raid people. So don't worry, I'm just forgetful. It's funny, I feel like as I get more and more popular, and if I get to the point where I'm like one of those big indie VTubers and people are like, oh, she never raids this friend or her friends at all. Yeah, because I forget, dumbass. Like, it's no shade to anyone. I am so forgetful. I have the memory of an ice cube, as I say. So my memory just melts away sometimes. Horror is great. Horror is one of my favorite things in all the world, and I have a high tolerance for gore as well. So if you want to draw some really beautiful, weird gore horror of me, I would love you forever. I have to lurk while I work. Tusker for typing while I work. Of course, baby, of course. Like I say, you guys are welcome to give me a request. So I'll do more typing for you guys in a moment. I'm just trying to catch up with everybody for a bit. Nice. Well, hot damn, I'm certainly curious now, Lamal. I have so much content for you to catch up on, Andy. I played a bunch of horror games on the channel. I play a lot of Doom. I like fantasy quite a lot. I like old-timey like horror stories like Dracula and Frankenstein. But yeah, like I said, you guys are welcome to do any fan works. Please use my tags or at me on Twitter. Or tell me on YouTube that you've done a work. Be careful about links on YouTube because it will block you. Like, YouTube is very hesitant with links. It thinks it's spam. So be careful with links. Maybe put like spaces in between if you want to show me something. Or tell me something to search up. You prefer being a monster or the not monster? That's up to you. That's totally up to you how you want to tell the story. I don't have a preference. Unplanned not super messy. Yeah. There's two, so I'll have a cozy little talk here about not safe for work stuff. So, real quick here. So, not safe for work is something I support very heavily and am very interested in and fascinated by as a non-human entity who also has a culture that's very centered around a lot of that kind of stuff. I won't go into it too much until the lore video. my lore videos that I'm working on. But on Earth here, I know everybody has different levels of comfort, different levels of ways they see not safe for work content, both softcore and hardcore, whether it's just base nudity or actual, like, you know, sexual content. And I know it's not for everyone, so that's why I have a not safe for work tag. And everyone, some VTubers don't even have them, and that's fine. It's up to your personal comfort. For me, I not only am okay with it, I actively encourage it, I'm okay with it. I want you guys to express yourselves however you desire, but I also want it in a certain place so other humans that aren't comfy with it know where to avoid, or if you guys just are only in the mood for that kind of stuff during a certain time or around certain people or when you're alone, you know where it will be. So all my tags are down below in the description, just like expand it and they'll be there. And if it's anything not safe for work, whether it's a story, art, headcanons about that kind of stuff, please keep it in that tag, and use my general tag for just general stuff. I do have an art tag though. Let's see. Man, I am bad at raiding too. Midnight, I used to raid. I would love to teach you. I used to heal raids. Oh shit, you meant... Don't mind me, I have video games on the brain. You meant raiding, VTuber raiding, where you send your chat. I'm so sorry, my brain just went into a very specific place right there. I've been missing doing... But yeah, I went into MMO video game mode there for a moment. But no, yeah, I forget to raid people all the time, so I'm so brutally honest with people. I'm like, no, I just forget. Like, if you sit there and you're like, man, Mama Aria forgot to do this. Oh, that's okay, never mind. See, Midnight knows. Midnight knows. That's awesome. Hey, handshake girl, yes, up top. Raid healer for the win. That's awesome. What game? Was it 14 or was it something else? I used to heal all the way back in World of Warcraft. Yikes. Discipline priest for life. Fuck anyone who thinks it's a DPS. It's not. It's a healer. It's a main. It can be a main healer, and it was great in PvP. 14. I would love to co-heal with you in 14 Midnight. That would be a dream come true. Because I'm flexible with all the healers in 14. I love them all dearly. Astrologian's my favorite, but you know, like I said, I'm flexible. And I want to make a new character to go with you guys. Let's go. Yeah, I can do DPS, or I want to learn to tank as well. So I'm flexible. You know, if somebody else wants to heal, we can take turns. I just want to spend time with my friends. Sage. Oh, Sage is beautiful. I love Sage. See, I love how they all have their own vibe. Anyway, we could talk about 14 more in a moment. Let's see. History. So anyway, as I was saying, yes, I'm open to a lot of stuff, a lot of fan works. I just encourage you guys to be yourself. As long as you just follow the rules of whatever website you're on, I don't give a shit what you do. I encourage everything. 2 healers, Christian on him. Yes. Yes. Healers are amazingly powerful. So, let's do some more typing, shall we? And don't worry, I'm gonna do heartbeat once in it. I'll do full whispering and heartbeat. And you guys, do you have any requests? I'll try heartbeat. I don't know if my mic will pick it up. I do have a pretty decent mic. It is not an ASMR mic though, unfortunately. Those are very expensive. I would like to have one someday, but that's a long off. Years off, probably. I'll be here for a good long time because this is, I think, where I'm meant to be. This fits me very well. Whispers, heartbeat. Okay, we'll do that next. Now, let me do a little more typing. And yes, I'm actually typing something for you guys to read. I might post it as a pinned comment after stream. like this. Oh, I see what you mean. I was scratching the keyboard a little bit earlier. My little familiar's back, baby moo. Oh yeah. Come here. Here she is. There's that girl. Here she is. Hello, girl. She is here. Yes, this is Baby Moo. For anyone new, this is one of my two familiars. I have two angelic familiars, Baby Moo and Baby Saw. Those are parts of their code names, because I couldn't give you guys their real names or you could summon them. And we don't need that now, do we? They've taken the form of little kitty cats. One's a very chatty girl familiar. That's Baby Moo, short for Mume, which means no name in Japanese. And my very quiet, polite boy familiar, he is Baby Sa, Baby Sasa, which is short for Sasaya, which is short for the Japanese word. From the Japanese word Sasayaki, which means whisper. And yes, I do speak Japanese. I speak a lot of different languages, and I'm learning different languages. I have a list, a mental list of all the languages I want to learn. So you guys get more typing ASMR. I want to get better at Japanese. I am already fluent in English. It's not my native language because I'm not from Earth, but Greek, Latin, Romanian, Slovakian. I'm trying to think. I've been learning Spanish. And yes, I finally made a decision. This, for reasons I won't go into, I should be learning Chinese. Let's put French on there because why the hell not? God damn it. At this point, I'm going to learn every language that ever existed. I'm immortal, so that is very possible. Something I just thought of, by the way. You know how I'll grab random pictures from Google during stream to show you guys things? Do you guys want me to like keep an album of the stuff I show you guys on stream? I don't know. Something to think about. Teach us some Japanese sometime. I would love to, Andy. I could teach you a little bit right now, but so I want to do the whispers and heartbeat first because I'm going to go in order. But yes, I've done some language learning streams. I've done both Latin and Japanese. The Latin one is still on my channel. The Japanese one was privated because I did it in kind of a weird way. I started from where I am, and even though I explained things to you guys, I think it was very confusing and hard to follow, so I'm going to redo it. Duolingo isn't the best website for teaching and learning languages, so I need to find some alternative method. Let's see, what's today? Yeah, I think I'll just start keeping folders because I don't have enough of those of the stuff I show you guys on stream, I think. So anyway, I don't do it very often, but I will just have times where I'm like, hey, look at this neat thing I'm talking about. I like to have visual aids so you guys can enjoy what I'm talking about. So I think I pretty much finished the story from earlier. You know, we just kind of walked around, and I eventually waddled on my own little ducky way, and he went off to do some important judiciary stuff. So that was the time I met the Chief Justice of a certain water nation of justice. Wait. But well, let me do some actual whispers for you guys. I'd keep the images in case we ever return to the conversation. Yeah, I think it's just a nice little photo album, right? Like, wait. Yeah, some of you might know what I was referencing. I actually typed it out, and I'm going to post it after stream, but the story I was telling earlier, some of you caught on to what I was, who I was referencing, what I was referencing. I'd like to do that. I think I'm going to continue to do that. Or maybe I'll make up my own stuff from my own stories. Like, you guys will never know if it's from something or, you know. But anyway, what am I talking about? Who said that? What? I don't know. You guys didn't hear anything. Anyway, now that was the typing. So this has just been my quiet voice. I have not actually been whispering. So I'm going to try to whisper. I'm going to... Storm, could you quiet down a little bit there? Okay, let me quiet the storm down here a little bit. Okay. So, I'm going to try something. I don't know if my microphone's going to pick it up, but I'm going to try because it was requested. Yes, the storm will listen to me. Like I said, I have some measure of control over the weather, just a bit, as long as I'm polite, you know. Now, I'm going to drop into my actual whisper voice if you guys... I'm really just going to encourage you guys. Or maybe I could read what I just typed out, although I kind of want to save it for after stream and just pen it so you guys have something to read after stream. But, okay, so I'm going to talk about something about pictures and stuff. So, okay, let me drop into my whisper and move my pop filter here. Okay, I'm going to try to move my mic close to my chest. I might have to stand up, actually. Hold on a second. shuffling. Just give me a moment. Okay. So my microphone. Oh shit! I'm sorry if that was loud, guys. So my microphone is right against my chest. Can you guys still hear me? So I'm gonna whisper, okay? I'm gonna move my keyboard because my chest is pushing into it. Okay, so my mic is right against where my heart is. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Because while I do have a really good mic, it's not an ASMR mic. So just imagine that you're laying against my chest, okay? So I'm gonna tell you about something. I think it would be nice to kind of have like a little photo album of the stuff I show you guys, right? I don't know where I'm gonna put it. I'll find like a website where I can just have little albums. And maybe I'll have it so you guys can add things too. I think that would be really nice. I'm glad you like it, Las Victoria. I'm glad you guys like Andy and Lordzilla. Can you guys hear the heartbeat? I'm not sure. I kind of want to do something. Oh, I got an idea. So, I think the way you do this is you go to like jumping jacks or something, right? To get your heart pumping. So I'm going to shut up for a moment. Let me know if you can hear the heartbeat. Yes, you are, Esther. I don't know if you guys can hear it. You might hear me miss. Do you? Okay. So, is this okay, or do you want me to get the heart moving? The blood? I could just go, like, run around or something and come back. Okay. So I'm glad you guys can hear it. I wasn't sure if my microphone could pick it up. Interesting to listen back to the VOD, because I do that. I review my VODs. Actually, I probably should get these like little sea creatures and they're gonna go take a nap. Get out of here. Little rascals. So yeah, I think it would be nice to have like a little photo album, right? And like not just of stuff I show you when you guys start doing like art. I'd love to make like an album of your guys' art of me, you know? I think that would be really nice. With your permission, of course. Like, wouldn't that be amazing? I've never seen a VTuber do that. Like, take all the art they get and make it into a book. Of course, with your guys' permission. A PDF or something. Well, there she is. There's Boo again. She's back. There she is. It might be a little bit of both. I can't get the mic to stay still. And I have shaky hands, kind of. Hold on. That is right. Hi, baby. That's right where my heart is. Hold on. She's right behind me on the chair. Because I have to sit on like the edge of the chair to get the mic where I can pick up my heartbeat. But let me set the scene for you. So, it's all nice and cozy. You have your blankie, you have your water. If you like a stuffy, you have your favorite stuffy. And you're resting your head on my chest. My heart sounds strange. Maybe it does, Lordzilla. It sounds like a cat. She is my heart. mix, doesn't it? You are now the bosom entourage. Yes, you are. I'm not the big titty goth girlfriend. I'm the big titty angel mama. There she is. She's sniffing the mic. She's so funny. Yeah. She's a curious little egg. Hey, no. She's trying to go behind my monitors. She's not allowed back there. Did you guys know she squished herself back there before? No. Don't do that. The monitors. She squishes herself back there. Oh, she's so cuddly right now. Oh no. Hello. She wants to cuddle. Oh no. Come here. She's feeling comfy too. Hi, baby. So one of my familiars is here, Baby Moo. She's very chatty. She's very sweet. Yes, was Victoria. You guys are welcome to share your dreams. Go ahead. I've had some really weird ones lately too. Like, have you guys ever had a dream where someone shows up in your dream that you haven't thought about in like millennia? It's like pushing it home. Asta, do you know why they do that? There's a reason cats do that. They want your attention. They're lonely. And you're not giving them attention. They're like little kids. So here's the thing. I know there are some people who don't like cats. That's okay. But a lot of people also misunderstand cats. They're like little kids. They're easily bored little kids. Some more than others. But yeah, you guys, if you want to share your dreams, it can be dream sharing time. I have the mic pressed against my heart, and I whisper to you. Going to sleep. Yeah, some people don't dream. You're also not human, Lord, so that might be good. Sometimes I dream. Don't. My vessel tells me about her dreams all the time. I'm glad you like it, Las Victorian. I don't know if you're getting a heartbeat though. Do you guys want me to like run around and then come back or something? Because I actually do have to hold onto the mic to stabilize it. Wait, maybe I can let go. It's just sitting against my chest. Okay. But I'm like leaning. I have to lean on my desk. So, yeah. Wait, do you guys like this sound? I like take my fingers and like tap them against my hand. I don't know. I don't usually do trigger ASMR, but you guys can teach me. That's it. But you guys can share your dreams with me and I'll tell you some of my. So I have her permission. So my vessel keeps having dreams where she levitates around. Like it's just her normal way of traveling. I do that too. But like it's really easy for her to fly in her dreams, which is apparently supposed to be really hard for humans to dream. Something about having if it never comfortable for my hive. That makes sense, Lorzo. You are a hive mind. Oh no. Yes. I hope you're safe. I think you're of our resident. You're from the Middle East, I think. I hope you're safe. Which, by the way, I'm not going to talk about anything super cool, but
Have you guys have nightmares? Like, I have like friends and other angels that have nightmares all the time. Like sleep paralysis and everything. But my vessel, she has a lot of dreams about like levitating, just off the. It's just normal. No one cares, and other people can do it too. Her dreams are vivid, realistic. So, as just also sharing it, part one, I have a pass it out. I had a dream. There was this huge metal scaffolding structure in the center of a building, and on top of it, giant gun. Cool. Okay. He says, lucid dream. Yes, they come very naturally. My best. Don't even try. Like, it's weird. It's still a lot of work to do those kinds of dreams. She just does. Or wish. People have said to her that if she was like in an ancient time, she'd probably be like a shaman, priest from this one. But yeah, I have had sleep paralysis. Just one. Same thing. And like I said, I have have really bad sleep. Like really bad. They have nightmares all. It's really it feels real. It's where like the idea or shit. So cactus goes on scared, not talking screaming. That's interesting. Cause see, whether you dreams not, at the very least it's your brain trying to talk to you. Oh no, Lord Illa. The sleep paralysis demon. Metal pipe falling sound effect. I think that demon haunts quite a few. So Asta continues and says, me and the dog were halfway up the apple section. Steps were basically just 3 metal bars. Terrified the dog would fall. I've had dreams similar to that. I've had a lot of dreams. Not me. Vessel, she said. Car going off like a bridge into the water, and then she wakes up. She said, people dying. I don't think she's ever died in a dream, though. That doesn't mean you're gonna die in real life. Some people say it means part of you dying. It's symbolic. There's a lot of blood. Okay. Unless the dream stairs are bad. I mean, stairs are nemesis. Not me, but several. Under my own power, could control her. But that's a lucid dream. Sort of. Being able to fly in a dream is apparently. I've been told that's true. My vessel has a lot of those dreams, and she can just do it like that. No, if she needs, she'll just walk in and she'll need to fly. Suddenly, she can do it. She levitates a lot. Like, I like doing that too if I can get away with it. Like, I do walk around because I like the way they sound, but sometimes I level like a few centimeters off the ground. Like, let me see. Like, I don't know, like 10 centimeters. I don't remember what that is in it. Yeah, I guess so. But I like just kind of floating around. Guys, dreams are like they're so weird. Like, whether you believe, like I said, some people believe dreams have meaning, and it can mean like something could mean. Or is that something different to you? I really like snake. There's a snake in my dream. It's a thing. Some dreams are just really random. It's just your brain doing shit. This is kind of one of it. I think that would be really cool. Don't you wish you could just like record your thing? You did. It wasn't very bad either. Because, like, I kind of hallucinated a little bit. I do that without being asleep. It's kind of, like, I hear things that aren't there sometimes, called psychosis. That sounds like a really thing, but it can be bad. I have auditory. People have visual. It's just something that happens to some. And I do because, yeah, sleep paralysis can. On Mars fighting demons. Sumo, that sounds like you playing Doom. Like he was full of blood crying. I hope he didn't try to eat you. Paralysis one. Mine, a shadow. I have had humans show me pictures of their demons, their sleep, as monsters look like. Please help me. That's pressing gang. Dreams are. I don't know. That might very people or someone. I don't know. Cause see, like dreams are just your brain processing things, and they have meaning beyond them. If you die in a dream, it's like part of you dying. Thing. Some dream, forgetting, rang out. Which meaning, like, my dreams have created whole ass people. They cease to exist. And you wake up and you're really sad. It's them. It sucks. Which Austrian? That's it. I see. Entourage. See, it's funny, like, I think most of you are from America, but makes them Kiwi, Aussie. We have Middle East, I think. We have someone from South Africa I haven't seen pop in a while. He's one of our really chatty regulars, Cynical Apple. Okay, so I'm coming. I'll post them. Favorite dream? My dream does have best teens guns I ever had. That's awesome. Lash, hello, baby. We're for a sec. And I have the mic right by my heart, but I don't know if you guys can, because I don't have an ASMI mic. I hope it's going well too, though, baby. Yeah, dreams are weird like that. Stuff can happen that's like really up and you don't react. Normal. Like I said. Oh. Hi, guys. Okay. So I'm gonna go back to my sleepy time voice. Because, yeah, I don't know how much the mic is actually picking up. But there we go. Yeah, there you go, guys. That was the first time I've ever done a whisper session in an ASMR because I usually can't keep it up for very long, but there you go. I tried to do heartbeat. I don't know if it picked it up. Still pretty good. Well, thank you. I'm glad I tried. I even tried, like, I don't know if I should say this. Might be weird. Yeah, maybe not. But anyway. Yeah, dreams are really weird. Because things just kind of happen. Let me adjust my mic again. Hold on. You're very welcome, Masutarn and everybody else who requested that. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Let me know how my sound is, because I had to move my mic like in a really weird place for that. Hold on. Okay, there we go. So, West Texas. You still live in West Texas. A whole lot of nothing there. That sounds about right. A lot of, if you go out west, because I've been to the states, the U.S. before, and some of the states out west are just like a whole lot of nothing, right? You watch it, yeah, dreams are weird like that, aren't they, Cactus? Like, I've also had, like I said, my vessel will like levitate in dreams and no one bats an eye at her. It's just normal. Whisper was 100% Tascaro. You're very welcome, Andy. You're very welcome, baby. I think you requested the whisper. If you guys have any requests, I'm probably going to be here for a while. Because I have lots of energy and I'm in a decent mood. So my usual stream length is 2 hours to 3 hours. But it can go longer. I've had 8-hour streams before if the vibe's right, so. But I try not to make them too long usually because I want people to be able to stay caught up on stuff, but it's okay if you can't. Totally fine, you don't have to watch every stream. I do. I mean, I have favorites and I don't watch all their streams or videos either, so. You just don't have the time. Or you're just not into certain things. So, yeah, if you guys have any requests, let me know. I'm gonna be here a while. Can you guys need more water? I need water. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm gonna pour it over the keyboard like a chungus. Good thumb. Let me pour you guys some water. Hold on. Go. Set it down right here. Tapping. Yeah. Do you want me to tap the glasses or do you want me to tap the mic? Yeah, I can do some tapping for you guys. Fastest gliding dreams are my favorite. The ones where I like run down a hill or mountain and start gliding when I get enough momentum. Yeah, I just kind of float around a lot, me and my vessel in our dreams. Oh, there's a baby. Can you guys still hear the storm? Oh, it might be a bit loud. I don't know if you guys can hear it if I tap the pop filter. Because I don't know if you guys know what that is. A lot of high-end mics have this thing called like a pop filter. It helps with like pss, 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 pss sounds. It helps like them not be as sharp and other stuff like that. Alright. Need a quick AFK. My baby needs something. Hold on. She's probably just wants sink water because it's her favorite thing ever. I gave her some before stream, but you know, she's very spoiled, so. But yeah, you guys are welcome to continue talking to chat. I'll be right back real quick.
Hello. Yes, I hear you. There she.
She's getting her sink water. Oh, it's funny how cats are, right? Plastic bag over the mic, like, I'm not monetized, Sumo, I'm sorry, but I might have an alternative. Now, okay, a few things. So, yes, cats always take first. Yeah, she needs something. I try to go and give it to her as soon as I can. I also, here's the thing, it's a weird balance, right? Because you don't want to spoil them too much, but you don't, like, you want to give them everything. Anyway, so you don't get monetization on YouTube until 500 subs. So you guys would have to get me to 500 subs before I could get monetized. However, I've been thinking of opening a thing where you guys can donate to me, like Throne or something, because Throne has an option where you can just put money amounts and you guys could just give me certain money amounts, right? I do have a Throne, but it just has that kind of thing on it because I don't know if I want to put like actual stuff on there that feels kind of personal. I'm kind of weird about these kind of things, but I do have a Throne and I do have it set up. I just never tell anybody about it or use it, right? Sorry guys, that was loud. But yeah, she's getting some sink water. But I have been asked about that before, Sumo, so thank you for asking. Plastic bag. Okay, you mean like just a grocery bag? Tapping is really good, so you guys like this? Wonder if has been to Old Victoria. I don't know. Where is that? Maybe she has. I don't remember where you're from, Lost Victorian. Could you tell me? If you want to, you don't have to. I think you're one of our resident EU individuals. Just let me know.
could be wrong. So I have here. So here's the funny thing about cats, right? I have a hairbrush, so let me brush your guys' hair or fur or whatever you guys have. Or your skin. If I just gently run it along your skin, that actually feels really nice. I don't know if you guys have ever tried that. But like, cats are really fun, right? So, oh, I don't have my headphones on. Okay. I always have headphones on when I'm streaming, but so like, I forgot to put them back on. I just kept talking. So like, cats are funny, right? They'll have fresh water. They'll have all these different sources of fresh water. And then they still want to drink from the sink, you know, the faucet, whatever you want to call it. And that's just they just like that because it's running water. It ties into like certain like instincts and stuff, but it's really funny though. Or they'll want your water. Like it's like, I don't want my water. I want your water in this glass and I'm going to tip it over. And like my familiars don't usually do that. They're pretty well behaved. The closest mine ever done to that is baby Moo. She'll stick her whole head in my water sometimes. Like in the glass, not in the water necessarily, but like if it's partially empty, she'll like stick her head all the way in to get to the water. It's really funny. She hasn't done that in a while though. I think she learned not to do it. They're both really well behaved though. Like they don't really eat human food. Except for baby Sasa. He likes butter. Like if you have some buttered toast and you leave it, he will lick the butter off your toast, so watch out. If you're ever in my floating palace and baby Sasa comes up to you and you have some buttered toast, watch out. Asta says, I had a cat that would stick their paw in fish tank, scuba water. They do that too. Yeah, mine also do that. Baby Moose, she does that a lot still. She'll stick her paw in your water. Let me see if I have it on this PC. I set one up. See if it even logs me in. This should be it. Yep. So the thing about Throne, I've been really hesitant to do things like this. Because it has you link like actual government details and it makes me very nervous. But how else are you guys gonna like give me this, right? Because that's just part of being a streamer. And so, and I would like to get to the point someday where it is my normal profession. That would be really, really nice, but you have to get really lucky. Work really hard and also get really lucky. So, will cats eat fresh fish? Probably. Oh yeah, they do. Here's the thing though, guys, don't give them milk. Cats are actually lactose intolerant. I don't know if you guys know that, but it's like a common like thing that you always, oh, cats drink milk and whatever, right? They aren't supposed to. They're actually lactose intolerant. Isn't that funny? Oh yeah, someone earlier said they feed ducks corn. I'm very proud of you because you shouldn't be feeding ducks bread. It actually is not good for them. Corn is one of the things you should feed them. So let me just give you guys a little, because I know a decent bit about ducks because I transform into a duck sometimes. Like, you know, bring them like cracked corn, oats, rice, birdseed, frozen peas, chopped lettuce, and sliced grapes. These foods are similar to natural food that they'll forage for on their own. Don't give them bread or junk food. Like, don't give them french fries, right? I know it's tempting. You're just hanging out at the park with your buddies or your family or whatever, and you have some fries from McDonald's, or please don't give it to the ducks. Don't give them bread either. As much as they'll eat it, it's not good for them. Crackers as well have no nutritional value for them and can cause malnutrition and painful deformities if consumed too much. I think it like blows up in their tummy or something, so please, please, please don't do that. I believe you can make it, Khione. Just keep consistent. I'm trying, sire. I'm trying. The problem with me is I had a lot of weird health conditions, some afflictions, both me and my vessel. She has a lot of unfortunate health issues, and I, from the dimensional crossing, have a lot of weird angelic afflictions that keep me from streaming as much as I need to, as much as some of my friends and fellow VTubers do. Because I know daily streaming is common. I can't do that. I have to do every other day. But, and you know, sometimes I have to take extended breaks, but I am genuinely trying my best. It might not seem like it sometimes, but I genuinely am. It's so hard. This year, I don't go into me or my vessel's personal life very much for obvious reasons. I'm a very private and reserved person. Despite, we both are, honestly, both me and her. And despite how open and warm and friendly I am on stream, there are some things you're never going to hear about, I'm never going to talk about, and you're never going to know. And, you know, that's just the way it is. But yeah, I try to be consistent. I do have a consistent time, which I noticed helps the algorithm a lot. I always stream at 1 p.m. EST, and I notice if I do it at a different time, it gets pissed off at me. Like, I can tell. Like, the views are different. Would donating to a charity in your honor be okay? In honor, you'd be okay? Yes, that'd be beautiful, Sumo. Actually, that's lovely. Yes, I'd love that. Any charity, and please do your research to make sure it's a legit one, but anything that centers around helping LGBT plus folks or animals is usually thing. Or if it deals with like one of those things in like video games or something, that'd be beautiful. Sister's dealing with Crohn's disease. I don't know how she keeps going. Hey man, I know a lot of humans with really, really bad stuff, and you just do. Like, it's so hard. And as I won't go into my own thing because I'm an angel. Some of it's not even going to make sense, right? But like, and yeah, if you guys donate to charities for me, let me know which one. That'd be wonderful. And yeah, be careful, do your research, you know, because some of them are shady. But yeah, when you have those chronic conditions where you do all the research, you see a lot of doctors, and you find out what it is finally, and you're just like, well, this is just my life. Like, it gets to a point where you don't quite get used to it, but you just know it's part of your life. I mean, sometimes some people do. It depends on the person, right? But like people with like chronic pain, like mental illnesses, any kind of chronic illness, like it's also the sort of thing where you don't get used to it too. Like, some days are worse than others. Like, and that's just how it is, and that's okay. Like, people who love you and value you and understand you will understand. And if people don't, then, and you try your hardest to explain to them and they don't get it, then maybe, you know, yeah, that's just gonna be like that. I'm not saying cut people out of your life, because sometimes you can't, right? They're your coworkers, they're your fellow classmates, you know, if you're in university or high school or whatever. And sometimes, you know, people who don't understand are going to be around you, right? But, you know, you'll find people who will. I have even someone as like me, like, has found people like that where they get it, you know. And you guys probably kind of notice that I just kind of come and go. I'm like a fucking, how to describe it? I'm like the wind. I'm like a gentle breeze. Sometimes I swoop in and there I am, and I'm shit posting for 4 hours, and then sometimes I disappear for a week. That's just how it is for me. That's how it has to be for me. And in the end, it has to be this way. I know I will never stop making Metal Gear Rising references. We need to finish Metal Gear Rising, don't we, guys? I'm sorry, I've been so out of it all of October. So, Asta says, I'm a psychology graduate and wanted to go and research people's experience of having chronic condition diagnosis with a lot of to compartmentalize. Yes, you have to be very careful with psychology. You have to be I'd say you have to be a very strong individual. And even like therapists, for example, I don't know if you want to go into therapy, but even therapists have therapists, right? Like, you need one, like, to help you deal with shit, because they deal with a lot of heavy, dark stuff. I'm also really good at dealing with that kind of stuff. I can talk about the darkest shit as if I'm just talking about the weather, because it's just a reality I'm used to. I've seen a lot of death in my 1,000 years. I've had humans die in my arms, even. I've dealt with, I don't know if I could say this word without YouTube getting mad at me, but I've dealt with people who no longer would like to exist. I have stopped attempts, I will say. I have literally grabbed things out of their hands. And not to get dark, but I'm going somewhere with this, trust me. So, because this is a comfy stream, and I want to encourage you guys that I know some of you do end up in dark places like that, and something I heard that helped when I give advice to others about this is when you're that low, you can only get better. Like if you're at the lowest and you just don't want to go on, you just don't want to exist, it can only get better, right? Just think of it that way, and maybe that will help. And life is a strange thing, you know, and sometimes you suffer for a very long time. Sometimes suffering is just part of your reality. And I'm not saying you should accept that's just the way it is, because you can always do things. You can, you know, find therapists, you can find friends, you can find people who understand. And if you don't have anyone like that, well, let me be someone like that. Like, yeah, don't trauma dump, like, pretty much against the rules. I don't know if I have it in the rules, but it's usually kind of an unsaid rule that you don't trauma dump, right? I don't mind if you guys mention stuff that's a little sad or a little gruesome or a little spooky. That's fine. That's how we are over here. But just be mindful and be mindful of YouTube's rules, my rules, other people's comfort. You know, I'll let you guys know if you say something that's way too much. So, but just know that you're valuable. You mean something, no matter what height, weight, gender, profession, religion, political affiliation, that you're valuable and you matter and you have worth as a human being, no matter what anyone says, even yourself. Like, you have inherent worth. You do not have to make all these big accomplishments and do all these amazing things. Like, maybe you're already doing amazing things and you just don't see it. Sometimes just getting up and getting out of bed is an amazing accomplishment, and I'm proud of you. Like, don't let anyone tell you that you're worthless and useless and lazy, because you're not. And the thing is, if you do feel like you're a lazy person that doesn't do much, you've taken the first step to realizing that. But that's probably not the case, right? I've heard the way humans talk about themselves. I have heard the thoughts in my vessel's head. Like, I have heard, you know, a lot of humans confide in me. I'm easy to trust. I'm warm. I'm friendly. And, so I've had a lot of humans, whether I've known them for a long time or I've just met them, confide some pretty deep personal stuff in me. And most of the time, I learn that they're just being too hard on themselves. And there's a difference between being honest with yourself and just being an asshole to yourself and your brain's just being a jerk, right? So let me tell you, if no one has lately, that you're doing your best. You're a good egg. I'm proud of you. And if you're not where you want to be in life yet, you can get there. I believe in you. If no one else believes in you, even yourself. Let me say one of my favorite phrases of all time. If you can't, I might get the wording a little off, but if you can't believe in yourself, believe in the me who believes in you, right? Like, some of you might know what that's from. It's one of my favorite quotes of like all fucking time. I love that quote so much. And I've had other angels use it back at me, and I'm like, how dare you use my own magic against me, you know? But like, let me catch up with you guys in a moment. Sumo says, I'm partially curious to deal with veterans. No, that would be beautiful too, Sumo. I've known veterans. I've befriended veterans. I've found family that were like veterans in different wars. Yeah. My dad served in Southeast Asian country. I'm glad he got help when he did it. I hope your dad gets lots of help. So many veterans don't get help. So I hope he does. And if you'd like to donate to one of those charities, I think that would be beautiful too. Please. Veterans need so much help, especially in the US and a lot of other places. Andy says mental illness is a big one in my opinion. It sucks how little people understand it. That's definitely something I'll donate to help for. Please, 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 please. If you guys want to donate to mental health charities, like I said, do your research first, but if you know it's legit, please, please, please. And yeah, I understand mental health very well. I am a low-key kind of, I'm not a licensed therapist, but I'm pretty good at it. But please go see an actual fucking doctor. I am not a doctor. I am not a substitute for an actual licensed, trained medical professional. But I can help you take that first step. So please, if you're suffering, if someone you love is suffering, and you know they're open to it, please tell them to get therapy. Please tell them to get help. You can get free therapy too. There's all sorts of free resources. I don't know, I'm not going to recommend any because I need to do more research on some of the free ones, but just do the research. And I'm sorry, you're going to have to try people and see if they vibe with you. And if a therapist doesn't vibe with you, please, they're not going to take it personally. Just find a new one. I know it sounds daunting, but trust me, once you find one and you vibe with them, like you guys vibe with me, right? Imagine finding a therapist that has a personality like me, right? It is so healing. It's so easy. It's hard, but it's also easy. Does that make sense? So, no, don't delete yourself. You're matter. You're precious. You never know what's around the corner. That's something I've learned, even being a mortal being, you know. Yes, I'm glad, Sumo. I hope I have helped somebody listening, whether they're listening the moment I said it, whether they go back and listen to the VOD, whether they're listening to it in a few months, in a few years, in a few centuries, hell, in a few millennia. Who knows? I hope that helps someone, because I know I have helped people in real life and don't. Thanks for being so resilient, taking care of people at the lowest point, Khione. That's what I'm here for. If I can put a little sunshine, a little light in your day, in your eyes, put some light back in your eyes, that's what I'm here for. And I know I just am a booby fucking angel lady on the internet who plays violent video games and spooky shit and rambles about hotties and video games, but like there's so much I do want to do as a VTuber, and yeah, blessings to everyone. You are a real angel. I am. I'm right here. You can see my wings. See, Dash? Gurren Langen. Coming out had it right. Yeah, you know it was Gurren Langen. Yep. Thanks, Mom, says Andy. We're definitely all worth something, but it's difficult to internalize. It is, and I'm going to help you guys. If I can, even a little bit, help you internalize better thoughts, I will. This helps to hear I'm working hard to be the person I know I should be. Yes. And here's the thing. Let me say something. You are valuable, and you are precious the way you are just existing right now. You are a beautiful existence, how you are right now. However, if there's dreams you're working towards, if there's self-improvement, whether it's you want to learn a new language, you want to make new friends, you want to lose weight or gain muscle or work out more, or I don't know, like get better at your favorite hobby or try a new hobby, like you can do it. I believe in you. Even if you don't believe in yourself, I know you can do it. I've seen what humans can do, and small or big, like you guys can do it, and I know you can do it, and I'm gonna keep telling you could do it. Just do it. I'm gonna be your Shia LaBeouf. Like I'm gonna be the little angel like in the corner going, just do it. You know, like you just don't let your dreams be dreams, man. It's like, but there's all this stuff. It's like, I know you can work through it though. Just one step at a time, one day at a time, right? Don't take on too much at once. Just a little bit at a time, right? Oh, I think I raised my voice. It's so hard for me to talk in a quiet voice. Suma says, I've looked at a lot of schools. I've learned a comment. Yeah, don't be an asshole. A lot of schools of thought are just condense them down to just be excellent to everyone. To quote another quote I love, just be excellent to everyone. That's one of our main like things here in the Entourage, is just be excellent. Just be kind. It costs you fucking nothing to just be kind to people, just to keep your mouth shut and not say something that's kind of mean, you know? And sometimes it's a learning process. Maybe you'll mess up and you'll say something kind of snappy, or maybe you'll say something that you didn't know would be taken a certain way, and that just happens, you know? But just do your best. That's all anyone can ever ask you, man. And he says, get the impression from you. It helps to get professional help, but it's also great to just listen to a caring person. Yeah, sometimes that's all you need. But some of you might need an actual registered medical professional, and please, please seek them out. Please, I beg you. I promise you it will help. Because I have had so many humans who've been like, oh, therapy's not for me. I don't need therapy. And I'm like, everybody could use therapy, even if your life is kind of okay. Oh no, Sumo, what did you delete? Oh. Lorzil says, this conversation was surprising. Something I need to hear. Just I came back. Thank you, Khione. Oh, you're welcome, Lorzil. You're welcome. And I go into these randomly. I don't plan this. Like, I'm very off the cuff. I'm very, like, I'll have a general idea of things I want to do, but then I'll just kind of just be me. I'm very, that's my strength is improv and improvisation. I can't say that word right now. You do ASMR streaming? Yeah, I used to do them every Sunday, Asta, but we kind of fell out of it because a lot of stuff was going on in my life and with my vessel. I try to do them every Sunday, though. Yeah, we like having you around, Lord. Yeah, Lord Silly, you're lovely. I've talked to you outside of stream. I've seen you talk to my friends, and you seem like a really lovely person. You're really funny and creative, too. Thing everywhere matters to everything. Exactly, Asta. That's a really good quote, too, because you never know how much you matter to someone, right? Thanks, Adia. You're very welcome, Andy. You're very welcome. I mean, it's my pleasure. Like, if just me rambling like an idiot could help you guys. Not like an idiot, but you know what I mean, right? Me just talking. Bill and Ted. Yeah, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Is the Asiatic climb fish that don't you give up? Yeah, don't you give up. Yeah, listen to him. He says, don't you give up. Don't you dare give up. Just imagine me gently grabbing you by the shoulders and shaking you. Don't give up. Don't you dare. Or maybe I can grab you by your waist or something. I don't know. Do you have a grab, like, grabbable waist? But the point is, it's not stupid to get help. It's not, you're not weak. Actually, you're very strong and very smart to get help. Because, and people who say otherwise are dipshits. Because think of it this way, right? If your brain is broken, it's like any other organ. And when you have like a mental illness or you have a thing you're going through in your life, your brain is just broken, right? So think of it this way. Let's say you break your arm and someone says, oh, don't go to the doctor for that. Just let it go away. Just, adult up and deal with it, right? Man up, woman up, whatever, just be an adult and grown ass person and deal with it. You wouldn't say that to someone with a broken arm or someone who's bleeding. You would say, oh shit, here's a band-aid, or oh shit, let me drive you to the hospital, right? Mental health needs to be treated the same way because it's even more insidious. It's even more difficult to deal with, I'd say. Yeah, chronic pain sucks. But when your own brain, which is supposed to kind of help you and be a place of comfort, I know it is for me, just starts attacking you, it's like, okay, hold on, man. It's really hard to deal with. It's hard to explain to people, too. It's call somebody if needed. I will even pay for the call. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I wish I could do that for people, but Sumo, if you can ever be that for someone, if anybody in the entourage befriends Sumo, like, he's there for you, we're all here for each other. And I'd love it if you guys like became friends. You don't have to, but once I make a Discord server, it'll make it much easier. Just please be respectful and get permission from people before you private DM them. That's one of my big rules. I'll have all my Discord rules, don't worry. But like, just, maybe you'll make friends. Maybe you'll fall in love. Like, don't expect it to be me, though. That's what I always say. It's like, I'm here for you guys as much as I can be, but I'm not a dating service. Don't use me that way. Don't try to date me, I know I might crush some hearts there, but please, for the love of fuck, don't come into this with that being your end goal. You will be very disappointed. That's just the blunt truth of the matter. But if you're here to make friends, to get some comfort, to enjoy me being a little fucking gremlin in Doom, then that's what I'm here for. Well, grab me by my waist. I will if you want me to. I'm very tall. I'm a tall angel. That video always helps me as he's standing in 14-degree Fahrenheit waters, asking me just try a little bit harder and think about the people around me, cheer him out. Yeah, because you know how hard his job probably is, and he's telling you can do it. He's like, if I can stand in this fucking... Let me convert that for anyone who doesn't use fucking freedom units. Here. 14, let's see. That's minus 10 degrees Celsius, so that's really fucking cold. So, yeah. But yeah, he's talking about this meme. It's like this, I think he's a Japanese gentleman. He's standing in this freezing cold water and he's just like, just do it. He's kind of like a Shia LaBeouf in a way. Mental health needs more support and be talking about. I will. I might make it not a huge part of my channel, but it's definitely going to be like a regular part of my channel somehow. Because that is one of the things I want to normalize, is get rid of the stigma around mental health. One of my main things is getting rid of the stigma around video games, and also like nudity, not safe for content, normalizing female nipples, blah, 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 blah. Oh, you know, I have all these big lofty goals. Who knows what will happen? Like my actual, I do have sorry, my voice is I'm getting like really passionate and excited about things. Sorry. I hope it's still comfy. But one thing, like I do have all these lofty goals, and I even have a subscriber. My first subscriber goal is 10,000 because that's one of my favorite numbers. Please keep the rizzing of Khione out of this. You can rizz me a little bit. Here's the thing. Okay, I'm gonna include this in my fucking, lore video. But like, so I don't mind if you guys flirt with me. That's okay. I don't mind if you guys call me mommy or whatever the fuck, But if you're sincerely getting like parasocially in a negative way, because parasocialism can be neutral and positive. I don't know if you guys know that. But if you're getting parasocially attached to me in a very negative, possessive, like, you're my only love, or you're going to own me or whatever, you can kindly, well, one, please get help. Number two, kindly get the fuck out, because no one owns me. No one ever will. Even in my own personal relationships, because like I said, I do have those. I'll never talk about my vessels, like personal stuff, but I am from a race that is polyamorous. My entire race is polyamorous. We don't really do the monogamy thing, so that's another thing. Like, even if you guys like were genuinely interested in me, you'd probably be very disappointed because I'm not monogamous, and a lot of humans are. So, even if you are polyamorous, like, no, behave. Don't count on it. It's not going to happen. And I know saying that is going to just make people push harder, but if you cause trouble, I'm just going to fucking ban you. Japanese clam fisherman. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, you can rizz me a little bit. I don't mind. I even have, like, alternate personas who are very flirty. Like, did you guys know I have a demon soul in me? Like, yeah, I collect souls. Well, I don't really collect them, but I keep them safe. She was like a daughter to me. I'll tell you guys more about her in a lore video too, but her name is Kalikari, which is Greek for summer. My name, Khione, is Greek for snow. And then I have a male counterpart. His name is Hamelnus, which is Greek for winter. So, yeah, a lot of Greek. It's because my native language from my native plane of existence is close to like Greek and Latin. And Enochian, which is what the angels here speak. I have 0 riz. Oh, you say that. See, it's funny. People say they have 0 riz and then they find out that's not true. But maybe you're just brutally honest. The media goes crazy with sensitive feeling, like how you know there's a guy just hanging around, right? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, and we need to destroy that thing. Yeah, I'm very passionate about that. Accidental riz is an interesting one, isn't it, Flash? They call me Lord Rizza, but they didn't about something. Well, oh, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, because for anyone who doesn't know the term riz, it's like a slang for like charisma. I think at first I was like, what the fuck? Now I think it's charming. Because I have to warm up to shit. Actually, I'm monogamous. My dad starts polyamorous for me because he loved to have secret. Oh no, it was that kind of. Oh, polygamy. Yeah, that's no. Like if it's an abusive, that's just abusive. Like some of that stuff is abusive and one-sided. Like only men can do it and women can't. Yeah, that's bullshit. That's not polyamory. That's bullshit. But anyway, monogamous. My dad. Okay, I already read that. Sorry. I don't think parents are bad so long as we respect for it for what it's exactly, Andy. Because here's the thing. I've talked about this before. And I've talked about how parasocialism is negative. Because at the end of the day, you're going to get attached to these people you watch constantly. Whether it's like a goofy video game player like Markiplier or like your favorite VTuber. At the end of the day, they become kind of a part of your life, like it or not. And you start quoting them all the time. Like, I know me and a bunch of the angels and human friends that are close to me, we quote stuff at each other all the time. We reference stuff all the time. And these people kind of become a part of your life. Like Video Game Donkey is one of my favorites. I quote him all the time. And just as long as you know, like, they're not your actual friend or family member and they're just this weird part of your life, like, it's hard to explain. But, you know, he collects souls like Shang Tsung from Mortal Kombat. Kind of. He's more like evil version of me, I guess. I love Shang Tsung, though. He's so cool. Your soul is mine. No, I'm not. I promise. I always get permission. I always have permission if I have a soul. A language close to like, you mean like Italian? Not quite. It's just the closest thing I can approximate, right, to my native language. It doesn't really sound like Italian, though, but Italian's very pretty. But yeah, parasocialism is neutral, and it depends on how you... And if you find yourself getting too attached, then maybe take a break from whoever you're watching, or re-examine, maybe something is missing in your life. I've heard that a lot, where people will get super attached to a certain, like, personality that they watch a lot, or maybe like a famous person or whatever, you know, a celebrity. And then they find out it's because they're missing a certain something in their life. But if you can manage that attachment in a healthy way, it can be such a blessing. It can give you such passion and such strength to do all sorts of neat things, right? Oh, sorry. I meant polyamory, but he's polygamous. I typed that here. Yeah, I know. Sorry, I mixed it. I misread it. He tried to argue polyamory. Okay, so since my race is naturally my species, let's just say, let me explain to you guys what I see your question flash, and the fact that you know the Ideal Masters is amazing to me, because I'm a big Elder Scrolls lore nerd and a big Elder Scrolls nerd in general, and a lot of people know about the Ideal Masters. Although if you played Skyrim, you should, but not everybody goes into the DLCs or pays attention or whatever. I will answer your question in a moment. Let me explain to you guys what polyamory is actually supposed to be. It is having multiple love interests, and it's all consensual. Everybody knows about it. Cheating is not polyamory. If someone gets in a relationship with you and they cheat on you and like, oh, I'm polyamorous, no, they're a cheater. Tell them to fuck off, because it's supposed to be consensual. It's just having multiple love interests, and that's very common for my species. So, yeah, we have a lot of lovers, and I guess you guys call it friends with benefits. We have a different way of referring to it, but that's just common for us, so, you know. So anyway, I heavily asked before Nami Souls with I'm sure Lord Zola. Oh, the Ideal Masters from Elder Scrolls are interesting, aren't they? For anyone who's not familiar, they're these... How to explain what they are? So, if you guys played Skyrim, there are these big floating crystals that are like sucking out like energy from things, and when you get close to them, they start draining your health. They're like these big floating purple crystals. And so I think they used to be human, and then they ascended to be these weird soul-sucking entities that aren't quite gods but aren't mortal, and they're interesting. I think they're really interesting. They're actually one of the more interesting parts. So I don't know if that's the answer you wanted, Flash, but there you go. Consent is key, always. For everything you do in life, consent should be key. And even if some smartasses in chat are like, oh, what about this and this and this? If it's like a messed up thing, but someone consents to it, it's okay. Some people like weird shit. I'm not going to go into it, but if you know, you know. Wink, wink. Andy says I always ask. I mean, I didn't give you permission to be our soul. I heard the, oh, that's cute. You guys say you don't have Riz. Look at that. That's adorable. There's a cop that souls out. We have living soul gems. Yeah, they're like living soul gems. Exactly. Yeah. I call it something that I am. Thinking emoji into infinity, right? It used to be necromancy. That's what it was, yeah. The thing is, I'll hold back on saying things sometimes because I don't know if I'm remembering it correctly. I'm like, yeah, they like were necromancers and you just kind of ascended. Oh yeah, polyamory has chemical scent. Oh, is that a reference to Septi? I see a 69 in there. I'm like, hee, fun number. Make a dragon break, Lord Zilla, so you can all exist. Oh, dragon break. See, when someone knows about not only the Elder Scrolls, but all this esoteric bullshit that I also love, I'm so happy. I'm so proud of you guys for knowing this shit, this nerdy bullshit. And I say that with love. It's not nerdy bullshit, you know, I'm just being facetious. But like, that's the word. Like, So, did you guys know there's an Elder Scrolls game where it's canon that all the endings are canon because of something called a dragon break, where time splits into multiple times and they all actually happened, but you know what? It's hard to explain. And then there's like fucking Chem or Chem or whatever the hell you want to call it, which is basically just console commands in game. They're canon. I'm not kidding. There's literally a thing in Elder Scrolls lore where it's just like console commands, but real. It's funny. You do always as much as simply inside of me. Yeah. Oh man, I'm just kind of vibing and rambling with you guys now. I don't know how ASMR-y this is anymore. I guess I'm still talking in my quiet voice, but I'm just so excited to talk to you guys about stuff. So if you guys have any more ASMR requests, let me know. Let me get you some more water and hope I don't spill it on myself again. Or my keyboard. I mean, what keyboard, huh? There you go. I'm gonna have some water. Dragon breaks make all of them canon. Yeah. It's funny because it started out that I think it was it Daggerfall or the first one? Arena. It's either Daggerfall or Arena. And there were multiple endings, and I don't know if I have the story backwards, but it's like they couldn't pick which one was canon, so they said all of them were canon, and there was this special lore thing called the Dragon Break. And they find all sorts of interesting things to do with their lore, and I love it. As for Steven's prophecy, does it happen? Still count? That sounds familiar, honestly. I hope when they do... Oh, exist, yeah. Drowning sound. No, you're not. We're still here. It's like I'm like, stop being a baby. You're not drowning. Your console command is ipconfig. Wait. Ha 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 ha. Oh, I got it. Ha. I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, I see. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. Not an Elder Scrolls one, but you know, it's one for your Windows PC. Do not delete System 32, by the way. Anybody who tells you to do that, tell them to go fuck themselves. Don't do that. Or System... Yeah, it's System 32. Don't even fuck around in that folder. You'll mess things up. Even somewhere Type Receptive was an orc and he hates orcs. Oh no! Wait, I know he hates elves, but he also... Wait, orcs are elves because they're Orsimer. Yeah, orcs are elves. Everybody is elves in Elder Scrolls. It's really funny. Except the humans. And one of the human races has a bit of elf in them anyway, so elves are everywhere, and I love it. What is today? Today's Sunday. Yes, we have ASMRs on Sundays usually. I used to... Oh, shoot. I'm brushing my own hair now, because I brought a hairbrush. I can brush you guys. Oh, let me move my microphone. I'm drowning, though, with my non-existent... I was about to say, you don't even have lungs, Lorzilla. My favorite command in Unix is... That damn heart's in the way. Hold on. I don't know what that is. I don't use Unix. I have Windows. I'm a Windows baby. Baby Sasa's here, but he's very quiet. Because he's always quiet. Oh, yep. So, yeah, let's not get into that too much, but... Let me just say, Elder Scrolls gets really fucked up in places. Anyway. But usually, like, that's not, like, on the surface. You have to go digging for it. Yep. Oh, anyway. Makes you root super user. Oh. Okay. Wait, shouldn't you be that already if it's your computer, or am I misunderstanding thing? I've never used Linux or Unix. I know about it and I was considering using it, but yeah, it does. But you know, that's the beauty of storytelling, right? That artists should be free to tell whatever stories they want, even if it is messed up. I have lungs that's just not... I know your game. So I know you're... Sir, stealing people's organs. Yeah. Anyway. So I'm at a point in the ASMR right now where I've just chatting in my normal place. So I'm so sorry if it was old. I just kind of go off on... I get so excited to talk to you guys. Which race is my favorite in Elder Scrolls? Ooh. good question. Favorite book of lore. So I don't know if I could pick any one favorite. So I usually like elves, right? I think my favorite race probably Bosmer, Altmer, or Dunmer. I know, but I like elves. Or the orcs are really cool too, though. Red guards are pretty rad as well. My Skyrim main is a Bosmer, though. She's a vampire. Like, my main I don't play on stream. I used to play a lot of Skyrim on stream, but I've, tried to play a lot of different things. I do really like Elder Scrolls, and it's how I started my channel. The Akavir are really cool. They're like the snake people, yeah. There's just leftovers for, My favorite book of lore. I like some of the horror-themed ones. I actually read them for one of my reading ASMRs. I actually have playlists of all my ASMRs you guys can check out after. I need to update some of them, but they're pretty well kept. My vessel was super sick during October, so I haven't really been keeping up on shit as well. But I can get back into it now that she's feeling better. But I really like the horror stories. Like, there's this one where, like, this couple's trying to save their daughter, and she just gets raised by necromancers or whatever. And then, I think my favorite one is Pala. It's where that, I don't want to ruin the twist in case I read it on stream again, but, like, this dude falls in love with what he thinks is something, but it turns out to be something else. I love Paula. I really like the sermons of Vivek because they're just so crazy weird. Like fucking Michael Kirkbride, man. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, I'm so sorry. I'm just going on an Elder Scroll nerd-spurred rant over here. 11:30 night here, but the chat's vibing. For me, it is 4:28 or 16:28. I use military time, but yeah, it's 4 p.m. for me. I stream in the middle of the day because I can't stream at night. I think most of my viewers are from Europe and North America, but I'm not sure. Some of you from New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, all over the place. True though, must have made some specific because they're so messed up. Exactly, Andy. Like, hell, I really like spooky stories and true crime and all this really fucked up shit. It's so hard to actually bother me. Very few things do. But yeah. FOMO. Oh no, not the FOMO. No problem if your elves are Orsimer and Bosmer. I love Bosmer, they're so cool. And Orsimer have a really cool and sad backstory. Yeah. Favorite book is the Argonian account, watching Imperial struggle and be screwed over as small as me. You know what I love about the Argonians? I really like Argonians too. How can I forget about Khajiit and Argonians? It shows how much I don't play beast races, but I love that back when the Oblivion Crisis was happening, like, Argonians are just so badass that not only did the fucking Daedra just nope out, but the Argonians, like, charge into the portals to beat their ass. Like, I love Argonians so much. I like how Dark Ops most cause fighters too many kill it with fire snares and scare. Aren't they the ones with, like, are they the ones that are, like, immune to fire, or is that someone else? Like, I know Dark Elves have, like, the ancestral power and something about fire, yeah. Went from Boba ASMR, nerding out Outer Scrolls. It's now a Khione nerds out about Outer Scrolls ASMR. Welcome to the ASMR. If I'm a bit too loud, let me know. Why is it a boba? Unless that means something else. I don't have any boba. I love boba though. It's my favorite drink, I think, or one of them. Vex sermons are weird, not super that great. Yeah. Oh man. I actually was memeing the other day and I posted this Vivek, and one of my Entourage members was like, I am so confused, and I just hearted it because that's what I wanted. I either wanted people to be laughing or very fucking confused. 4:29 here. Okay, some of you are in EST, just like my vessel. Okay. The Horror of Castle Zero is good too. I think I know that one. That sounds familiar. I'm gonna slap the Daedra down hard. Yes, they did. It's really funny. Didn't they already, like, they were used as slaves by the Dark Elves and then they turned around and kicked their ass back to next Tuesday or something? Like, they took over, part of Vardenfell or something during one of the wars. I don't remember. They specialize in destruction magic, though, says Andy. Okay, yeah, not immune to fire. Okay, that's what See, I remember things in a weird way, you know? like I'll remember things in a strange place, and it'll be in the wrong place, and I'm just like, oh yeah, it's this actually. So sometimes my memory is really good, sometimes my memory is really awful. Sometimes it's just really weird, and things are all over the place, and it's a mess, and I need to clean my room, you know, that kind of thing. And next person tomorrow with perfect type. Yeah, that's what I was remembering. Yeah, Argadian said, fuck you. Ishra should have said, fuck you, man. But yeah, welcome to my streams, guys. I'm a big fucking queen of nerds. This is what I do. So, my ASMRs have typically just been like this, where I started off as a typical ASMR, and then I just kind of start talking to people. I hope that's okay. Because for how long it is, that's just gonna happen. Because I'm capricious being, I need entertainment and stimulation and that kind of thing. And, you know, it's not like I don't like doing comfy things for you guys, but as you guys can see, I just start talking at some point because it's what I do. Which is a good talent for a streamer to have. And if I missed any of your guys' chat, I'm so sorry. I do read it all, like in my head, because I read incredibly fast. I read so fast, humans don't believe me that I actually read something. I remember a human I was talking to once, he sent me some of like a story he was writing, and I read it, and I was talking to him, he's like, wait, you already read that? And I was like, yeah. My reading speed is ridiculous. I was gonna mention Malmur Flash, yeah. They're so alien and creepy. Yeah, I like them too. They're like the sea elves. We all hail you, our nerd queen. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you guys don't mind, because this is just who I am. I might make like recorded ASMRs someday that are just more focused. But if it's live, this is just gonna happen. I'm illiterate. Sorry. No, you're not. You're lying, Sumo. You literally just typed something to me. You are a big boy liar. Relatable, though. I won't remember why I made a decision, but I remember feeling it pushed me to. That's the thing I notice with humans, as I'm very strongly connected to one, is she remembers feelings, but not necessarily why or what happened. But you remember the feeling, and that's still important, right? It's the way something made you feel. No, you are not illiterate. The elves also bred their MPOC6 to make Leviathans out. That's pretty wild. That's rad. I like when fantasy stories. So let's talk about fantasy for. I like when fantasy stories aren't afraid to be weird and do new and different shit. Like, I've already been done. Like, no shade to anyone who likes the elves, orcs, humans, Tolkien, Lord of the Ring-esque, European fantasy-esque stuff. No shade at all. If that's your thing, you do you, man. I'm tired of it. Like, I can vibe with it. Like, I literally play D&D in that setting with friends at times, right? No, literally, I just can't read. That's not saying thanks, smartass. You're a smartass. But like I like fantasy. Like, the Elder Scrolls kind of started with, oh, you know, orcs, elves, human, and then they went full crazy. Like, Elder Scrolls lore gets so crazy weird. And even stuff, like, there'll just be just fantasy stories, and they'll just do things that you wouldn't think, like, oh, do that in a fantasy story? Huh. And it's weird, because it's fantasy. You should be able to do whatever you want, but so many people just feel limited, because they're like, oh, man, if I do this, it won't be fantasy anymore. Here's my advice. For any of you guys who are also writers, because I'm a writer, you know, Marwyn does. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking about, too, Lost Victoria. Marwyn is very unique and very original. You guys wanna get your minds blown real fucking fast? You guys know what's fantasy that no one realizes is fantasy? The Mario universe, Super Mario universe, the Zelda universe. That's fantasy technically, and look how weird it is. It has nothing to do with fucking Europe or elves, orcs, and blah blah blah, right? It is so fucking unique. Dagoth is a #1 hottie. We stand Dagoth in this house. You promise he didn't pay you for promoting Marwyn? Oh, no, I know you. Lost Victorian is one of our longtime regulars, and she is a huge Marwyn baby, so don't mind her, like, gushing about Marwyn. I like Marwyn, too. Marwyn's pretty damn cool. I'll always be an Oblivion baby, but I love Marwyn, yeah. It is... Oh, no! What is midnight? I'm going on a million. I'm happy to see it. Wait, said you were just working on that. Hello again, midnight. I like seeing you in chat. Hello, midnight is one of my fellow streamer friends. I love her very much. And I don't know if I should, midnight. Should I say anything? I'm not going to say anything, but just know I have plans. I have plans, guys. Don't worry. This year has kind of sucked, but it's been me getting used to things, meeting people, making connections. Getting used to people, getting used to streaming, and, you know, getting used to my vessel, getting used to this. Sure, it can be more of like same with Fanny's right, other Malmer that go, what the hell? I love shit that makes me go, what the hell? And I'm like, that's fucking awesome, man. But yeah. Daddy Dig, I'll support her right. Khione up top, my guy, yes. He's awesome. His voice actor fucking killed it, didn't he? Like, I know Morrowind's an old game, but please, for the love of fuck, go look up Dagoth Ur's voice lines and the memes around him. They are glorious. His voice actor is fucking legendary. He's so good. I know there's a meme that Elder Scrolls games have like the same 5 voice actors, but they're good. And they get some, like, they got fucking Patrick Stewart in the goddamn Oblivion as Uriel Septim, and he dies, like, within the first, and it's not a spoiler, because, you know, it's a big part of the game, and it happens within the first 15 minutes or whatever. But yeah. So it's so cute. We have, like, resident, like, I like this specific Elder Scrolls babies. We have like residents, oh, I just like this game. Hell, I've had people in my chat that said they're not really gamers, which I think is amazing, that I can cultivate an audience of so many different individuals like that, and you guys can still enjoy me being a fucking nerd. One game I think you would like is Dominions. Unless Dominions were they've got a lot of cultures to choose from. What style of game is it though, Flash? Because if it's strategy, I don't think that's for me. I don't know if any, but I'll check it out for sure. That's great, Victoria. Yeah, I love when you guys are passionate about stuff just like I am. See, that's the thing. Passion is always going to be attractive to humans, to angels, to demons. Passion is always one of the most attractive things in a person, right? Having things you're passionate about, having things you enjoy, having, you know, personality. And I don't mean that with any shade, and you can always develop those things too. You can find things you're passionate about. You can have, quote unquote, more of a personality, or, you know, whatever. He killed it. I remember playing it with my cousin. We were blown away. Yeah, he's amazing. His voice acting is on another level, and people have like remixed songs. Like, oh my god, there's so much cool stuff. Like the Morrowind memes still going to this day, especially now that I have mixed feelings on AI voice shit. But, like, when people use it to meme to hell and back, like, all the Dagoth memes of him saying shit to Todd Howard is hilarious. All the where there's, like, one of the most well-known one is, like, Barack Obama, like, some American presidents, like, Barack Obama, President Trump, and Joe Biden, like, Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Donald Trump. I couldn't remember Trump's first name for a moment. All those individuals, they're all playing like Call of Duty together, and it's really funny. Just shit like that. But when people use AI to just do creepy shit and make people feel bad, or they use it to steal people's shit, that's not okay. Andy says, my understanding of fantasy is general story has a fictional world, making escapism easier, allows readers to more easily fantasize. That's a good summary. Andy says, slash. Yeah, I think it's freedom to just do whatever the fuck you want, and so many people get stuck on this whole, like, oh, it has to be like a Tolkien-esque setting. No, do whatever the fuck you want. Hell, here's the thing. Here's a thing I was going to say earlier about storytelling, about writing in general. Write your story first and pick the genre later. Don't give a shit about the genre. Just do what you want to do in your story, which is what I'm doing, and pick the genre later. And hell, maybe you won't even publish the story. And it's just going to be something for you and your close friends and family like I'm doing. So maybe you guys will get to read it someday. I don't know. I'm very hesitant and reserved because, you know, separating my personal life from my VTuber life and all that. It's strategy, but there are plenty of guides. Strategy's not really for me, sadly. Well, we got angels, demons, they just sit around summer, but that's cool for sure, but strategy's just not for me. Alum, our winged birdman who write mangas. Oh, okay. Meme AI is great usually. Yeah. Gaming presence, that's funny. AI crime. Yeah, when people take it, see, it's a tool to be used. That's how I see most things. is they're tools to be used, right? And it can be used for good or for bad or for neutral. Like some artists just use AI to test out ideas and they don't even show it to anyone. But people stealing other people's art, like these AI services harvesting all this art from artists without their permission. No, it's not okay, and it should be regulated. It should have been regulated from the beginning. Like, I don't get it. Like, people should be learning more about the internet and regulating it, parts of it, I should say, more carefully, where it can like step on people's intellectual property and that kind of thing. But the internet shouldn't be controlled too heavily because it is what it is, right? Unless it's an illegal thing that's hurting people, you know. But other than that, just let people be free, man. Just let humans be free to be humans, you know? NFT art heist for NFTs. Oh no. Oh no, do you guys want me to talk about NFTs? Comfy NFT discussion now. All I'm gonna say is they're stupid. Because the thing is, like, as much as I'm comfy and cozy and warm and all of that, I am also bluntly honest about certain things, and I'm just gonna be like, man, fuck that, you know? Fuck NFTs. It always makes me roll my eyes in disappointment and just kind of sigh when it's like, Square Enix doing our own NFTs, and I'm just like, what? Why? Let humans be free to meme, exactly. Meme responsibly though, but yeah, NFTs stupid. Oh yeah. You guys want more water? Here. More water and not spill it on myself. I always do that. Hee hee. Honestly. Sometimes I worry that you guys can't really hear the sounds very well. But I understand the way my microphone works now, and I understand the way sound works, and I've done test recordings. Yeah, NFTs make no sense. They're really stupid. How comfy and warm are we talking? Saw the fire get caused last night, some of that. I mean, I could start a fire, but I don't think I should in this room. I mean, I could get a magical fire that doesn't burn anything and just gives off heat. Like, let me show you guys some magic here. Hee hee hee. Here we go. It's magic. It just gives off heat. And I'm gonna prove it's magic by doing this. Watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna prove it's magic. Oh, it's disguised as a real fire. Nope, not anymore. I'm gonna turn it into. I'm gonna reveal its identity as a magical fire. Oh, da da da. Just go. Blue fire. Fire. Oh, a cozy little blue fire. Oh, we can make it brighter. Oh, I think that's fine. There. Now you guys have some warmth. There you go. Flash says, hey Khione, did you hear people selling virtual analyte develop? Oh, those are really funny. Now, let me tell you guys another funny story about Khione. Wait, oh, that's fine. See, I told you it'd be okay. You gotta trust me. Ye entourage of little faith. You gotta trust me, man. But so I watch a lovely gentleman known as Moist Critical. Some of you may know him as Penguin Z0, Penguin Zero, or Charles White. That is his name. I am not doxing him. He's very open about his name, Mr. Charlie. And he has done videos on like these people who sell like virtual land, like they'll try to sell actual continents on the like on the world and stuff. It's so crazy. I can hear your water pouring just fine. Thank you. So thank you, Flash. But when you guys let me know about sound stuff, that helps me a lot. So thank you. I'm sorry for all the today. I've tried to learn that too. And he says, I think technology just advanced far too quickly. Yeah, our current world leaders can't keep up with it and think about things as they were limited, which you should be able to keep up with it because there's other stuff that they jump ahead on, right? It's like, I have strong opinions on age limits for political officials. I think once you hit a certain age, you should have to retire. Unless you go through some medical tests that you are sound of mind and you can keep performing at the same level a 30-year-old or 40-year-old, 20-year-old, whatever, you know. Yeah, I think you're exactly right, Andy. Other dimensional magic being formed somewhere. Watch out, human mages basically try to steal it. I just thought of a hilarious meme that's one of my favorites, and it's like Prometheus giving fire to the humans and Zeus wandering, and then it shows this kid going, "Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy?" Like, it's one of my favorite memes. Nice pedigree, nice moist rocks. Yeah, Mr. Moist. Mr. Moisty. I love this. I love seeing you guys get along and agree with each other and talk to each other and just befriend each other. It's so cool. Age limit politician, I said medical test too. Yeah, exactly. See, this is why you guys are in my entourage, because we are on the same wavelength. And here's the thing. Let me go cozy comfy for a moment. Even if we're not, that's okay. You guys are allowed to challenge me. You're allowed to have different viewpoints and opinions. You're allowed to really, really fiercely disagree with me as long as you're respectful. Because I think more conversation between opposing viewpoints should be had, and people should be able to do it in a civil and respectable way, and be able to learn about other people. And it's okay if in the end you still don't agree with each other. But let's also agree there are some things that you should never stand for, right? Animal abuse, child abuse, human abuse, you know, that's always bad. But then you get, I don't want to get into it too much, but be smart, you know what I mean. Older relatives looked at me and said, "We're not going to do that." They craved the power. Yeah, which I think it needs to be stricter, because people don't realize just how much is at stake and how many lives are in their hands and how they affect people's lives so strongly. You should be of sound mind. You should understand what's going on in the modern world today, 2023, you know. But I'm glad other people agree with that, Flash, you know. People up there losing track of things. I mean, China, America watches politicians lose their braids, and my power is scary. I have literally seen, like, politicians who don't even seem to know where they are because they're so old and their mind is just so far gone. Like, it's funny because there are people that are like in their 90s and they're still as spry and energetic as like a 20-year-old, right? They're still very cognizant of what's going on. But then, unfortunately, some elderly people decline, and they should be at home with their grandchildren, just hanging out. They should not be running a country, or they shouldn't be running whatever they're running, right? Anyway, I won't go into that too much. All I'm saying is, if people have a profession or a position that has a lot of responsibility, they should be able to do it and understand it and respect it and, you know, take care of it. Yeah, because like I said, we do have a heavy rule in the entourage against getting too into politics, religion, any other stuff that's stressful or controversial. But I will just kind of gloss over it and say, hey, at the end of the day, just be nice to people. And if they don't have a viewpoint you agree with, just try to understand them. And if it's still something that's abhorrent to you, and just go along your merry way, block them, whatever you need to do, you know? If you can't educate people, then just move on. Like, don't lament the ones that won't listen, treasure the ones that do, right? That's another quote I really like, is there are going to be people that no matter how good your intentions are, no matter how hard you try to go back to comfy time here, they're just not going to listen to you, whether they're someone you love very dearly or someone you absolutely despise, and you're just trying to inform them about something. Like, not everyone's going to listen. And sometimes being civil is impossible. Sometimes you do need to, I don't want to say get violent, but sometimes you do need to kind of yell at people. But try your best to not let it come to that, right? Like, always try your best to be civil. And sometimes it's best to just let it go. I know you want to get in the, I know how it feels. I am such an aggressive little hothead. Like, I am so comfy and chill on stream, but I have the temper of 10,000 suns. I have such a quick temper, and I don't deal with bullshit.
I stamp on that immediately. Like, there is some shit that I will go from 0 to 100. And I'm not a big rager. Like, for anyone in chat who's new to the Entourage, I don't get very angry on stream. It's rare. I just get frustrated. Because I go into this weird calm zen state that I cannot explain. It just happens naturally. I think that's why I'm meant to be a streamer. I just have this calmness that comes over me, and yeah, I get feisty, I get shit talky and playful, and I get, frustrated with certain things, but I've never gotten actually legit angry on stream. You guys will know if I'm mad. It's kind of terrifying because I get cold, and I'm one of those individuals that drops into really proper grammar when I'm mad. I swear less, actually. It's really funny. So yeah, letting things go is a good thing to be able to do. Is Flash. Sometimes you just gotta let it go and move on about your day, and you tried. Just take pride in the fact you tried to talk to someone. And who knows, maybe we'll get through them eventually, because some people are stubborn. Some angels are stubborn. I am stubborn. I'm incredibly stubborn. And sometimes it just takes a while to sink in and be like, man, maybe that person was right. Maybe it won't. You never know. And some people will never admit to it anyway, and you'll never know it was you. So that's why you should just do your best and do good in the world and just be civil. And because I've seen people turn it around. I've seen people, like, at least come to some understanding. They're like, you know what? I still don't, understand why you think this way, but I respect you. You at least respect them on some level. And you're like, you know what? Fine, I understand. And sometimes when you're talking to someone and they're talking about something that sounds really fucked up and heinous, realize that this is going to sound weird, but it might not be their fault. So certain humans are raised in certain environments, in certain parts of certain countries, and they are literally made to think a certain way about certain things. And it's so hard for them to realize that's what it is. Like, it's not even their thoughts, it's just what they've been raised to think, and it's not necessarily right. You know what I mean? So just be patient. And some people don't deserve your patience, though. And that's part of learning how to be a human, a normal, functional human, quote unquote. Not a normal, functional human, I shouldn't say that. It's how to learn to navigate social situations. It's learning when's the time to put your foot down and stand up for yourself, your beliefs, for other people, and when it's time to just let it go and just get off the internet, go touch grass, so to speak, right? Or just go vent to someone personally to get it out of your system, because it's not worth arguing with strangers on the internet, as tempting as it may be. It's just better to roll your eyes and move on, because some people aren't going to listen. And I hate saying that's just life, but it really is, unfortunately. A functioning adult is what I meant. Yes, thank you, Flash. That's what I meant. Yappity yap. But there's a lot of parts of being a functioning adult human. Yeah, don't bottle it up. Like, that's another advice I'd give you guys to continue being comfy and giving advice here. Sometimes it's a healthy outlet to vent to people that understand. Like, don't do it to people who don't, because that's harmful. Okay? Only vent to people you have the permission to do that with. Because you don't want to drop this huge emotional load on someone who can't handle it. And I don't mean that in a snide way or a insulting way. I mean that some people, it's just not for them, and that's okay. Like, find the people you can talk. And you're like, well, what if I don't have anyone like that? There are alternative things to do. Some people will write in a journal. Some people will play a certain type of video game. Some people will just scream or something. Some people will maybe go take a cold shower. I don't know. It's different for everyone. You can find an outlet, and it's very healthy to get that out of your system. Because rage and anger and negative feelings are a natural part of being a human being. Even angels feel that way sometimes too. So, it's natural. It's okay. As long as it's not taking over your life. If you're finding that there's too much negative, there's something wrong. A lot of very severe mental illnesses are mistaken for someone just being quote unquote grumpy and quote unquote lazy, when it's so much deeper.
she's back to say hello to everyone again. To give you guys a perfect example, ADHD is mistaken to be laziness, and it's not. It's a very severe, crippling mental condition. I learned about it because one of my favorite VTubers has ADHD, and he's talked about it very, very, very openly. So there are just things where you're like, oh man, I'm useless, I'm worthless, I can't do anything right. It's like, well, maybe the problem isn't necessarily you. The problem is your brain needs healing. Your brain needs fixing with either therapy, medication, or just people who understand. Because it is so helpful to have friends, family, acquaintances, whatever they might be, who get you, right? And I don't mean they have the same condition or they understand you 100%. No, they just understand your unique needs, because every human being has unique needs, right? And it can vary from person to person. One person who has, I don't know, like let's say severe clinical depression might manifest differently for them than other people, and they might need different things. Some people might just need to be alone for a bit. Some people might need, like, you know, their friends to constantly like do stuff with them for a bit. You know, it just depends on the person. Yeah, Moo is here again. So as long as you find people who get that, like one of my unique quirks is not in my VTuber life, in my personal life, is I just kind of disappear. I just disappear. And there are people I absolutely love dearly, humans and angels, that I just don't talk to for a while because I'm just off doing my own thing or dealing with whatever, you know. So, I learned a lot about ADHD from a video YouTuber I posted. I didn't even know she had it. Yeah, because people who have mental illnesses do something called, well, I don't know, it's called masking. It's where they, quote unquote, or like, they appear normal, quote unquote, you know, to be very, it's something they do, and you can't even tell. Like, it's funny how that happens, because, I mean, you learn to do that, right? You learn to present as someone who does not have that mental illness for a lot of reasons. Just because it's called masking, I believe. I'm gonna double check to make sure I'm giving you guys the right term. But it's when someone with certain conditions, I think it's usually used in autism, actually. But I mean, I feel like it could be applied to any like mental illness or condition like that. It's where you know, hide that. It's literally what it sounds like. It's like you put on a mask, you know. So, and if you guys hear any mic interference, that is my familiar baby Moo. You masking, showing interest in another parent while minimizing notice of your own self. Yeah. And it's mostly something in reference to autism, but I feel like like I said, a lot of people with different mental illnesses do that kind of thing. Or anybody who has like a personality that's kind of different from the norm will put on that kind of thing. And like, it's multi-layered, because there are some mental illnesses where people are being deceptive. Like it's like not psychopathy, what's it called? Like high levels of like narcissism, like the actual mental condition, because narcissism is a mental condition, and manipulative behaviors and stuff like that are part of certain mental illnesses. I'm not saying don't, you know, people are going to try to do that, but like some people who are severely mentally ill do manipulate other people without remorse. You know? Like people talk about like the dark triad or whatever. That's something else entirely. But like, it's basically, yeah, you don't even know people. And like, it's also a misunderstanding, because sometimes these conditions manifest in men and women differently. And, you know, everybody's an individual, even within genders, or some people don't conform to certain genders, so that also manifests differently. Maybe. Baby Moo's climbing all over stuff. Yeah, mommy's gonna end stream soon. Hold on. Like, I think 4 hours is good for stream, but I hope this was nice and cozy and comfy Sorry it got a little less ASMR-y near the end here, but I've been trying to keep a quiet voice, and I hope that was okay. So someday I'll probably do like recorded stuff, so it's just like focused, but not yet. So anyway, I think we're going to wind down for the day. And I hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. We'll be back on Tuesday for... I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Because sometimes I plan like streams in advance. Sometimes I just kind of pick whatever I'm feeling at the time. You know, you never know what you're going to get with me. I'm all over the place. You know. Anyway. If you guys want to let me know what you liked, what you disliked, what do you think I can improve on in future ASMR streams, you're welcome to let me know right now. Or you can just let me know another time somewhere else. I don't know if I should do separate like little mini streams for like feedback and stuff like that. Like usually I just let you guys just tell me here. But not everybody's like here when I ask for it, so and I will also be pinning what I typed out for you guys. I'm gonna pin it once streams are, because I can't do anything with the comments once streams live, even though it's my stream. It's funny. So I'm considering, I have a throne, but there's just like monetary amounts in there. I don't have any like banking stuff connected to it though, so I'm really hesitant to do that, but great listening and talking to you, Khione. That's what makes it so entertaining. I'm glad, Flash. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I'm glad. I know my ASMR is gonna be like different, and but as I get better at it, as I find what I'm good at, I will do like more like in-character stuff and stuff, because I've seen some ASM artists, I suppose you call them, that stay fully in character for the entire stream. Like it'll be a live stream too, which is insane, which I think I could pull off. Because these are just more laid back and chill and freeform. But if I went into a full-on RP stream, like, let me give you guys an example, because I do have certain individuals that I'm similar to or I can pull off. Let's just say I do a stream where I'm just fully a certain character from Genshin. That would be crazy. I think I could do it though, because I'm good at that kind of stuff. I'm good at roleplay. It's one of my favorite things. These streams are always such a joy to attend. Yeah, I'm glad, Larza. I don't know if you mean my ASMR streams or my streams in general, but thank you. And the encouragement, positive emotions that hit me right hard in the feels. Okay, I wanted to put some of that in there. Yeah, that was my original. So my original idea coming into this was like, okay, soft voice. It's gonna be a stormy night. You guys are I'm making you guys cozy. Positive affirmations, that kind of thing. That was just my basic thing, and look what it turned into. So I just have like a basic idea, and then I just run with it. I'm very good at improv. I can't say the full word for some reason right now. Critical strike on our emotions. I'm all about those crits. Yes. When I see the big numbers, I'm very. It puts the serotonin in my brain centers. The big crit numbers. It feels too in a good way. I'm glad, guys, and I hope you guys return to it and listen to parts of it that help you if you need to. And if you guys want to clip it and ship it, you can. Whether you just keep it to yourself, post it on Twitter, post it on YouTube. I love it. Just let me know you did it so I can enjoy it, Anyway, I'm gonna head off for now. And let me pull up. I have so many windows open, like all because I just kind of need them open. What? Where did my main window go? Uh-oh, did I close it? No, it's right here. I'm just silly. I'm a silly goose. So... anyway. Oh, I don't know if my mic's in the right place, because I had to move it around and stuff. But anyway... I will see you guys on Tuesday for whatever I feel like playing that day, because sometimes I plan the entire month in advance, sometimes I don't, because that's just how it is. That's how it be. That's how we do over here in the Entourage. We had a new Entourage members today. Their names start with an A. Let me scroll up. And a lot of our regulars. Asta! Oh yeah, let me do the thing. Don't forget to like the video, guys. It actually helps me a metric fuck ton. Don't forget to subscribe if you enjoyed my content. The bell notification will show you 30 minutes before I go live. It's really helpful, and then when I go live. So I don't even have to let you guys know, but sometimes I do. At least an hour in advance. Actually, the thing I do, if I'm going to cancel, I know let you guys know an hour in advance. If I haven't canceled, it's still going to happen. I'm just late on putting the stream up. Sometimes I do it the night before, sometimes I don't. It just depends what I'm feeling, what's going on in my life, in my vessel's life. So I will be trying to work on those lore videos more for you guys, so you have an easy reference to refer to, you know. And don't forget to leave me comments if you so desire. I am going to pin what I typed for you guys during the typing session of the ASMR, so look forward to that. So I didn't actually type something out. But anyway, you're very welcome for the stream. See you on Tuesday. Thanks, Mom. You're awesome. Thank you, Andy. Thank you for popping in. I think you're one of our newer Entourage members that I've just seen in my friends chat. So anyway, okay, I finally remembered. Let me see if any of my friends are live right now that you can go raid. Oh, I have a friend live right now. What's she playing? It's Twyla. She used to stream on Twitch. She's reading Edgar Allan Poe. Okay, go raid Twyla, guys. She's doing a comfy reading stream too. So when you raid her, this is what I want you guys to type. And here's her link. So tell her I sent you. She is reading Edgar Allan Poe, so go visit my friend Twyla. I sadly haven't been able to tune into her streams very often lately. But yeah, I'm gonna send you guys over there. Yeah. Let me go to my... Last stream was my first one. Yeah. Go raid Twyla. I love you guys. Thank you for joining me for this comfy stream, and I'll see you on Tuesday for a surprise stream. Yeah, she's awesome. Yeah, I love Twyla very much. She's the reason I found my current friend circle, so yeah. I owe Twyla quite a lot. But I just adore her in general. Go see Twyla. Okay. Bye. We'll try to do more ASMRs on Sundays. Maybe not every Sunday, but maybe every other Sunday.